Chapter 1953. A terrifying icy aura swept out, causing the void to boil and freezing everything within 1,000 miles. Bang, 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 the experts of the famous families in the surroundings were blasted into pieces one after another. Some of the disciples of famous families were pierced by the icy rune arrows and died on the spot. Quick, join forces and kill that guy. Long Air's shout was like thunder. He recovered from the shock and sensed the supreme beast energy of the golden-winged rock clan that the other party had just used. He vaguely guessed the former's true identity and was calling for the experts to join forces to deal with him. The arrow on the bow had to be shot. Although all the experts were shocked and trembling, there was no turning back now. Quick, join forces. The strongest experts of the Fire Red Lion clan, Heavenly Snake clan, and Demon Vulture clan, as well as the Wild Bear Domain Lord and a few other main region experts, attacked at the same time. They had seen the former's terror and attacked with all their might. They didn't hold back at all and didn't dare to hold back at all. Awoo! In an instant, a fire-red lion stood tall and let out a deafening lion roar. A demon vulture covered the sky and rushed out. A heavenly snake coiled in the sky, a fist mark pierced through the void, and a giant bear stood tall in the sky. Rumble, more than a dozen main region and domain realm experts attacked at the same time. The void was vast and mighty as the wind and clouds surged. The sky rumbled as all kinds of beast energies and killing moves were unleashed. The energy surged like waves and swept toward Du Xiaofu with earth-shattering force. Kill! Du Xiaofu shouted. His eyes were deep and golden light instantly soared into the sky. The golden light was like countless golden ribbons that poured down and hung in the void. The golden light emitted a blazing golden light. From the golden light, the phantom of a golden-winged rock traversed the void like a living creature. It soared into the sky and its eyes were like two suns. Screech, the image of the golden-winged rock cried out, and it was as if thunder was rumbling. Mysterious talisman markings sprayed out with peerlessly domineering and ferocious might as it soared out, and its ferocious might covered and spread out, causing the entire space to tremble. Facing the formula that swept over with earth-shattering force, the phantom of the golden-winged rock soared into the sky. Domineering energy fluctuations rose and fell like the ocean, golden light filled the sky, and runes surged, suppressing everything. Supreme golden-winged rock beast energy. Everyone around was shocked. That was the supreme beast energy of the golden-winged rock race. Could it be him? Many people were stunned. Who else in the world could comprehend the supreme beast of the golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan to such an extent? From the way he attacked just now, many people could clearly feel that his domineering aura was too similar to that guy's. Rumble, Du Xiaofu made his move. He activated the supreme beast energy of the golden-winged rock and blocked the earth-shattering attacks. He forced the 10 or so experts back. The enormous beasts were sent flying through the air. Some of them were even coughing up blood. Domineering Dao. Du Xiaofu let out a roar that sounded like the roar of a dragon and the cry of a divine elephant. It shook the void as if there was a thunderous roar. In an instant, the sound waves swept out in all directions, causing heaven and earth to tremble violently. Ow 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 ow, the entire void was rumbling, and countless loud roars reverberated in the sky. It was like thunder from the 9 heavens, and it resounded throughout the mortal world, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. Ah, the sound waves reverberated in the sky, causing living creatures to tremble. Those who were close to it revealed a painful expression. The terrifying sound waves swept toward the blood-red light, causing it to boil. A heavenly snake was shaken into 2 halves, a fire-red demon lion was shattered, and a demon eagle was shattered into a bloody mist. Among the near 300 figures in the air, more than 100 of them exploded along with this loud roar. Their corporeal bodies exploded from the inside out. That roar was not a simple sound wave, but one that contained a kind of martial arts. The heavenly snake, the demon eagle, the fire-red demon lion, and the other experts were all pure-blooded demon beasts. They were all giants in the world, and their strength could be said to have reached a terrifying level. Any one of them was ridiculously powerful. Any one of them could sweep away an area and cause the crowd to change their expressions. There were more than a dozen powerful experts from various races. They had joined forces, and some of them had secretly activated their treasures. With such a joint force, even a half-saint expert would not dare to confront them head-on. But now, more than half of these experts had been killed by Du Xiaofu. The remaining few were on their last breaths and were not far from death. Go to hell. Du Xiaofu's killing intent soared. He did not stop. Golden light wrapped around his body, and his domineering aura crushed the surroundings. Du Xiaofu had been restraining his cultivation in strength. At this moment, he had no scruples. He was like a suppressed volcano that was about to erupt. Bang! Du Xiaofu punched a beast expert who had just retreated, creating a bloody hole in the void. Bang! A dying expert was smashed into pieces by Du Xiaofu's palm, and a bloody mist poured out. Du Xiaofu's figure flashed through, leaving not a trace of blood. Roar! A dark golden dragon appeared in the void. It was as if one could not see its head. The dragon's scales were shining, but they were dripping with blood. Some of the dragon's scales were cracked, and the dragon's aura swept across the sky. The space around the huge dragon's body was distorted, but at this moment, the dark golden dragon's aura was dispirited. This was Long Ming's original body, a half-step nirvana saint. He had just been forced back by Du Xiaofu's domineering aura and the supreme beast energy of the golden-winged rock. However, he had relied on his supreme strength to escape death. Die! Du Xiaofu stared at Long Ming. He did not intend to let this grandson of Long Ting go. Killing intent surged in his eyes, and his body emitted purple electric arcs. The sound of thunder resounded. Rumble! Du Xiaofu urged the power of thunder. The purple electric arcs on his body formed an ocean. They were completely condensed by purple electric arcs, and huge waves of thunder emerged. This was Du Xiaofu's thunder profound. Compared to before, the difference between heaven and earth was like heaven and earth. With the 9 revolutions divine Lei Lian in his mind, Du Xiaofu's comprehension of the thunder profound was greatly beneficial. With the thunder martial vein, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. In the purple electric arcs, Du Xiaofu was like a god of thunder. He was going to start a massacre. Given Long Ming's cultivation, he would not even have the power to block Du Xiaofu's attack. Bang! Long Ming's supreme strength was shattered by Du Xiaofu's punch, and this punch landed on his malevolent head. Qi La. Dark red dragon blood splashed out along with the dragon liquid. Long Ming's dragon pupils shrank in fear and despair. He could clearly feel his vitality dissipating, and his dragon soul was annihilated. Then, his huge dragon body fell from the sky. Du Xiaofu was like a god of death. At this moment, he started a massacre. He was invincible. Bastard, you will definitely die today. A crimson-red dragon was covered in monstrous flames. Almost instantly, it rushed in front of Du Xiaofu. The crimson flames surged and spread like a crimson wave. This was Long Air's original body. Although he was a distance away from Du Xiaofu's domineering attack and had retreated, he could only watch as Long Ming was killed. Roar! The dragon's roar filled the sky. The aura of immortality was vast and mighty. The dragon's eyes were as bright as the galaxy. A dragon claw tore through the void and grabbed at Du Xiaofu. Long Air had stepped into the realm of immortality. This was why he had looked down on Dongfang Qingmu and the Nether Demon. 3 years ago, with the resources provided by the dragons, he had reached this step. 2 months ago, he had stepped into the realm of immortality. Bang! The speed was very fast. Du Xiaofu's hand exploded with golden light. The Shaoyang seal slammed out and collided with Long Air. With a loud boom, the rune shattered and undulated like a golden ocean. Puff, puff, unfortunately, a large group of people coughed up blood and were sent flying. They could not withstand the terrifying aftermath. Du Xiaofu's figure retreated a few feet. He was only affected by the impact. Roar, Long Air's huge dragon body was sent flying. His dragon body twisted and shattered the void. He barely managed to stabilize his body. Immortality. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes slightly. He was not surprised by Long Air's strength. He knew about it from the battle that day. Long Air has reached this step. However, at this moment, Long Air did not hold back at all. This made the experts of the major forces exclaim secretly. Roar, Long Air roared angrily. He did not expect to be suppressed even when he used almost all his strength. The dragon's body was indestructible, but the former's physical body was so terrifying. It seemed to be even stronger than his dragon body. Rumble, the sound of the heavens resounded. 6 divine rings shrouded the huge flaming dragon body in the sky. Long Air activated his supreme power. He had been careless last time. His opponent was unfathomable, and he had escaped. This time, he was careless again and suffered heavy losses. At this moment, Long Air used his full strength. With the activation of his supreme power, the space around Long Ming's huge dragon body suddenly began to riot. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A vast aura swept out in all directions. The runes in the sky flickered. Countless huge dragon phantoms gathered around Long Ming's body. They twisted the sky, and the void was about to collapse. Vaguely, pitch-black cracks covered the sky. This power was too terrifying. Even from far away, it made the experts on the surrounding mountains tremble in fear. Long Air lives up to his reputation. Back then, even Gongsun Wuji and Qin Wudi feared him. A leading elder of the Taoist school said softly. Although he was also in the main region, he believed that if he encountered Long Air, he would definitely not be able to deal with him. Long Air is too strong. An old man from the Confucian school muttered softly. His eyes were filled with shock. He felt that he would not be able to deal with Long Air's aura. Roar, 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 in the sky, countless dragon phantoms surged. Dragon roars were endless, deafening. Long Air's dragon body crossed the void, sweeping towards Du Xiaofu with an incomparably vast aura. Terrifying runes were dazzling, blooming like fireworks. The pitch-black spatial cracks in the void continued to shatter and form, shaking the hearts of the experts and causing their hair to stand on end. This kind of attack was too shocking. The sky cracked along the way, destroying everything. This was Long Air's ultimate move. It contained the supreme power and the ancestral technique of the dragons. It was incomparably powerful and could sweep through all directions. Boom! Boom! It was also at this moment that the void shone with boundless golden light, flowing with resplendent runes. From Du Xiaofu's body, his aura suddenly surged into the sky. Golden light rose like a sun. Immediately, golden light erupted from his back. A pair of golden-winged peng wings spread out. These were the true peng wings. When they spread out, their aura surged into the sky, revealing an indescribable pressure of the Tao. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's facial features and bones twisted. In an instant, he returned to his true body. His black hair was suffused with golden light. His face was resolute and resolute. At this moment, he was covered in a cold aura. His figure was tall and straight. As the peng wings flapped behind him, he stood there like a god. It was as if a true peng had come into being. A domineering and terrifying pressure spread out, making people want to kneel and kowtow. Chapter 1954. When such a figure appeared in the sky, everyone's gazes froze. Some people's hearts trembled, and their hair stood on end. They could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. Brother Qing Chun, it's Big Brother. Big Brother is here. In the desolate nation's lineup, Du Xiaoqing's eyes froze for a moment on her beautiful face. Then, she immediately danced with joy as she pulled on Zhen Qingchuan's arm and shouted. She was indescribably excited. Master, that's Master. Runes appeared in the little tiger's pitch-black eyes. He was so excited that his body trembled. It's the young clan leader. That Fu Xiaodu is the young clan leader. Jello Juekong and the other young golden-winged great rocks exclaimed. They were all dumbfounded. President, Fu Xiaodu is our president. Our president is here. The desolate nation's disciples were in an uproar. They saw Fu Xiaodu killing in all directions and sweeping through all the major factions. How domineering and powerful was he? They instantly realized that it was their president. They were all pleasantly surprised and excited. Their blood boiled like boiling water. It really is that brat. I was wondering who had the strength to sweep through all the major factions. Ha ha ha. Jialo Guanyu, Jialo Zhihan, and the other elders of the golden-winged great rocks were stunned for a moment before laughing loudly. Sweeping through all the major factions and causing them to flee in all directions. How could such a man be anyone else? He was the young clan leader of the golden-winged great rocks. Jialo Jueyu and Jialo Jueyu looked at the familiar figure with a helpless gaze. However, they soon revealed a smile. The 18 celestial guards, Yi Piaoling, and the sacred array child, Zhen Qingchun, were stunned for a moment. However, they were not too surprised. When they saw Du Xiaofu appear in disguise, they had long suspected Fu Xiaodu's identity. It's really him. In the Confucian school, Kong Sansi stared at that familiar figure. The disciples and experts of the Confucian school around him were all equally astonished. With the power of the sorcerer god of the Confucian school, they should have guessed that this guy was the Demon King. The gazes of the Taoists, Buddhists, and other major forces froze as well. Their faces were filled with shock and astonishment. He knows the martial arts of my Taoist sect. It is indeed this fellow. His disguise technique is extraordinary. He can actually hide all his aura. Su Yangzi was dumbfounded. He had his suspicions back then, but he was deceived by the disguise technique. Now that he thought about it, he could only smile bitterly. At this moment, the people who were the most shocked were definitely not Du Xiaoqing, Su Yangzi, Kong Sansi, and the others. At this moment, Yelu Han and Dugu Fenchen were the most shocked. Earlier, Du Xiaofu had attacked too quickly and violently. Coupled with the fact that they had been shocked by Du Xiaofu's true strength and familiar aura, Yelu Han and Dugu Fenchen hadn't had the time to join the battle. At this moment, looking at that familiar figure, Yelu Han's face froze as if he had seen a ghost. His mouth was wide enough to stuff a fist in. His heart trembled violently as if someone had hammered his heart. The person who had been together with him all this time was actually the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. This was too difficult for Yelu Han to accept. Dugu Fenchen's mouth was wide open in shock and he didn't retract it for a long time. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that the person who had abused him and forced him to form an alliance with him was actually the infamous Demon King. Du Xiaofu withdrew his disguise and revealed his true identity, causing everyone's hearts to tremble and their emotions to fluctuate. However, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, Du Xiaofu did not stop at all. The thunder martial vein in his body was activated and mysterious runes covered his entire body. Purple lightning filled the sky and a purple-gold color started to surge out from his pair of golden eyes. The runes were resplendent, as if there was a golden-winged rock flying in the sky. Bang! An unprecedentedly powerful aura spread out from the purple-gold lightning figure. The aura swept through the sky. It couldn't be provoked, and it also carried with it a killing intent. Purple arcs of lightning and golden light rose up like a sun, emitting a blazing radiance. In the next moment, a massive purple-gold thunder rock phantom that covered half the sky spread out from Du Xiaofu's body and soared into the sky. The massive purple-gold thunder rock enveloped Du Xiaofu's figure. The two seemed to fuse into one, as if they wanted to soar into the sky. Gee! The great rock screeched and its massive wings spread out. Its entire body was covered in purple-gold lightning and its eyes shot out purple-gold lightning. It was like two suns illuminating the sky, overlooking the world. Its ominous aura spread out, causing the entire space to tremble. Ao! Ao! The dragon phantom covered the sky and its roar shook the world. Long Tu's terrifying attack brought with it a pitch-black space crack that spread out. Break! The huge purple-gold thunder rock flapped its wings and swept out. Its mighty and overbearing pressure swept out. Its huge body covered more than half of the space. Its entire body was covered with dense purple-gold lightning arcs, which gathered into a huge purple-gold lightning bolt. The great rock soared into the sky and broke through the 9 heavens. Bang! 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 The void was shattered one after another. The countless dragon phantoms in the sky were destroyed by the purple-gold lightning and dissipated. Ao! The giant dragon soared into the sky. Long Tu's body was shrouded in the supreme power. In an instant, he opened his mouth and roared at the purple-gold thunder rock. Gee! The purple-gold rock poured out tens of thousands of lightning bolts. Its aura couldn't be provoked. The pair of sharp claws under its abdomen also erupted with purple-gold lightning arcs in an instant. The lightning arcs wreaked havoc in the vast sky. It was like a purple-gold sun in the sky. Chi! Long Tu's eyes were trembling. His supreme power was torn apart, and a cold chill spread out from the depths of his dragon soul. Ka! Ka! The purple-gold thunder rock's claws tore the space apart. With pitch-black lightning arcs, one claw grabbed Long Tu's back and the other claw grabbed his huge tail. The sharp claws tore apart the flaming dragon scales and imprisoned the dragon's body with supreme power. In the next moment, Du Xiaofu's figure walked out from the purple-gold thunder rock that covered half of the void. From the body of that tall and straight figure, there was a supreme aura that filled the air and suppressed the heaven and earth. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's unborn and indestructible middle stage aura was released without reservation. The purple-gold runes flickered and an unprecedentedly powerful aura swept across the sky. This kind of aura was mighty and murderous. It was like the supreme power of thunder and lightning. Boom! Boom! Du Xiaofu's fist covered with thunder martial veins was like a purple-gold lightning ball. It heavily landed on Long Tu's ferocious head. The destructive and violent energy spread out and turned into a dazzling lightning rune that swept out like a tsunami. No! Long Tu's huge ferocious pupils shrank. Shock, surprise, despair, and fear surged in his eyes at the same time. He had been looking for the demon king Du Xiaofu everywhere. He had threatened to kill him and avenge the dragons. But at this moment, Long Tu knew that he was just a joke. He was a dignified pure-blooded descendant of the dragons, a supreme nirvana expert with an unborn and indestructible cultivation. But in front of the former, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. The other party was too terrifying. Bang! With a muffled sound and splashing dragon blood, Long Tu's head was smashed into pieces. Only a pair of the hardest dragon horns were left in Du Xiaofu's hands. Half of the dragon's body fell down. Huff! Huff! With the death of Long Tu, the hearts of all the creatures in the sky seemed to have stopped beating. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. That kind of battle was too terrifying. The most unbelievable and shocking thing was that the unborn and indestructible Long Tu was directly killed by the demon king Du Xiaofu. A supreme expert had fallen just like that. The proud son of the dragons was buried in the heavenly Yu mountain. Unborn and indestructible. The demon king Du Xiaofu has also stepped into that step. Among the major forces, there were people trembling in fear. They could feel that terrifying aura. That was the strongest existence below the Saint Realm. Kill! A cold shout suddenly resounded like a sharp sword. 18 men rushed out from the desolate country's formation. The formless aura froze the void. It was as if 18 peerless weapons had been born. Die! The man in the lead was dressed in a black robe. His eyes were piercingly cold under his scattered bangs. He slashed out with his sword and a beast expert was directly crushed. Kill! 18 people attacked at the same time. These 18 people were famous for their ferocity. They were the 18 celestial guards of the world society. Kill! Du Xiaoqing's beautiful figure rushed out. Green and red flames burned the void. Roar! A tiger's roar shook the sky. A huge black flying tiger flapped its wings. Black runes soared into the sky, bringing with it a tornado-like spatial airflow that engulfed the vast sky. The tiger's body was domineering. It was as fast as lightning. The tiger's claws tore through the sky, destroying everything in its path. Kill! Mo Tianxiao, Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Juekong, and the others also attacked. These individuals arrived through the sky, bringing with them lightning and thunder, producing irregular scenes. It was to the extent where many creatures in the surroundings couldn't even endure this type of pressure. Du Xiaofu revealed his identity. At this moment, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, the desolate country's experts, and Jialo Juekong, Jialo Jueyu, and the others all attacked. How could they endure it? On the other hand, Sacred Array Child Jin Qing Chun, Jialo Guanyu, Jialo Zhiheng, and the other elders of the great golden-winged Peng bird race didn't interfere. They knew very well that they didn't need to do anything. Everything happened too quickly. It was too shocking. When that familiar figure appeared, Han Ju and the few legalism experts and disciples who were already few in number were stunned. Retreat, quickly! Han Ke-ju cried out loudly. Long Air's death made their hair stand on end. They were terrified and didn't dare to move forward. When they came to their senses, they began to retreat. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, green saber light swept out. The saber light pierced through the air, piercing through the backs of the few legalism experts and disciples. Bang, 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 those figures then turned into a bloody mist, their souls extinguished. Old dog, you can't escape. Golden light broke through the sky. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of the retreating Han Ke-ju. The great Peng golden wings on his back flapped. Green saber light swirled in the air and flew into his palm. Du Xiaofu kept a close eye on the legalism people. How could he let them leave? He activated the illusionary saber formation to kill them. Especially Han Ke-ju. He had held back that day and didn't kill him. At this moment, Du Xiaofu didn't plan to let him go. Looking at Du Xiaofu who suddenly appeared in front of him, Han Ke-ju's heart trembled. Long Ming couldn't block one move. After being seriously injured, he was probably no match for Long Ming. He couldn't even muster up the will to fight. Xiao Jing, kill him quickly. Quick! Such a shout came out of Han Ke-ju's mouth. He shouted loudly at the beautiful figure on the mountain peak. At this moment, Han Ke-ju's heart was about to break down. He still remembered the first time he saw this man. At that time, the former was so weak that he didn't take him seriously. But in just a few years, the man in front of him had reached a level that made his soul tremble. Such growth was too terrifying. It was already heaven-defying. Now that he thought about it, Han Ke-ju realized that Du Xiaofu didn't kill him on purpose when they fought a few days ago. Han Ke-ju's heart was filled with deep regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have killed this little bastard in the legalism. But it was too late for regrets now. On the mountain peak, the fairy-like woman turned her head to look in his direction. Then, she turned her head away. She was calm and unruffled, as if none of this had anything to do with her. Du Xiaojing, do you want to betray the legalism? Quick, do it. Quick, Han Ke-ju was in despair. True fear crept into the depths of his soul. Du Xiaojing had no intention of saving him. He couldn't control him at all. The thing he was most worried about still happened. Old man, I said that day that I would definitely kill you one day. Du Xiaofu looked at Han Ke-ju. This old man looked so dignified, but he was the most detestable and vicious. Ha ha ha. Han Ke-ju laughed in extreme fear. But his laughter was hideous. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Little bastard, do you dare to kill me? Don't forget, your mother is still in the legalism. If you dare to kill me, you'll never see your mother again." Chapter 1955. Is that so? But I don't think it's a big deal to kill you. As long as my mother can still be threatened by legalism, then my mother will be safe in legalism, right? Du Xiaofu sneered and walked toward Han Ke, the murderous intent in his eyes undisguised. Being stared at by that murderous gaze, Han Ke trembled all over and involuntarily took a step back. Han Ke's eyes were trembling. He didn't want to die. Even if his lineage spirit was destroyed and the saint stage was getting further and further away from him, he didn't want to die. Du Xiaofu was right. Even if Han Aodong could be used to threaten the father and son, she would not be able to do anything. Moreover, as long as Du Xiaojing was in legalism, Han Aodong would be safe. He was no threat to this bastard in front of him. His last glimmer of hope was destroyed. "Brat, I'll kill you." Suddenly, Han Ke roared savagely and attacked instantly. Spells surged and runes unfolded, shocking the void. With a strange phenomenon, he suddenly charged toward Du Xiaofu. Han Ke knew that he had no chance of escaping. He could only wait for an opportunity. "Still want to make one last struggle?" As Du Xiaofu spoke, the golden rock wings on his back flapped. Golden light filled the sky as he punched out with his fist. Bang! The void was shattered and the space was in chaos. Pfft! Many creatures did not even see what was going on. They only saw Han Ke's body fly backward and spit out large mouthfuls of blood. Pfft! Golden light streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning. Under the gazes of the crowd, Han Ke, who had been sent flying, suddenly came to a halt in midair. Behind Han Ju, there was a slender hand holding her back, stopping her from retreating. The owner of the slender hand was dressed in a long green dress and her eyes were like stars. She was extraordinary. Such a woman, who else could it be but Du Xiaojing? Oh my God, what's going on? Oh no, is Du Xiaojing going to attack? Could it be that the siblings are going to start a war? Du Xiaojing has always been a supporter of legalism, and Du Xiaofu is a thorn in the side of legalism. Will there be a battle between the siblings? When they saw Du Xiaojing, the air froze as countless gazes focused on him. Everyone present was well aware of Du Xiaojing's strength. Back then, even that mysterious group of young men and women had to retreat in defeat. If Du Xiaojing wanted to save Han Ke Yao now, he wondered who would be better, compared to the demon king Du Xiaofu. One was the demon king, and the other was the innate holy sovereign. Once they started fighting, it would shake the world. Seeing his sister Xiaojing, Du Xiaofu also raised his eyes slightly. Light flickered in his eyes as he stopped in midair. "Xiaojing, quick, kill that little bastard. Kill him for me, kill that bastard." Suddenly seeing Du Xiaojing in the midst of his horror, the bloodied Han Kuayoyo seemed to have reignited the flame of hope. Blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth along with pieces of his broken organs, making him look very hideous. "Chi!" Du Xiaojing reached out with his slender hand. Purple lightning emanated from his fingertips, but it wasn't aimed at Du Xiaofu. In the blink of an eye, it landed lightly on Han Ke Yao's throat. Han Ke Yao's neck was grabbed by Du Xiaojing like a little chick. At this moment, Han Ke-Yao seemed to have yet to come back to her senses. Her gaze was a little dazed. Arg! It wasn't until Du Xiaojing exerted force and lightning erupted from her slender fingers that Han Ke-Yao's eyes turned red instantly. Blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth and her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Her pupils constricted, and she stuck her tongue out of her mouth as though she wanted to say something. But at this moment, with Du Xiaojing's tight grip on her throat, Han Ke-Yao couldn't speak. "You shouldn't have threatened my mother. My brother isn't a bastard either." As soon as Du Xiaojing's gentle voice fell, her fingers curled slightly. Her gaze was cold and indifferent, and a terrifying lightning of punishment swept out. Gotcha! A cracking sound came from Han Ke-Yao's throat. A terrifying destructive force swept through her mud-pill palace. In an instant, there was a muffled sound in her head, and her primordial spirit was destroyed at the same time. The old supremacy of legalism, a terrifying figure of the current era, was destroyed in both his primordial spirit and primordial spirit. With a sweep of her slender hand, Han Ke-Yao's corpse was thrown into the air by Du Xiaojing. Her actions were clean and efficient. Her hair fluttering, Du Xiaojing stood in the void with an inexplicable sense of arrogance that made living beings tremble. Han Ke-Yao is dead. She died in Du Xiaojing's hands. The surrounding living beings sucked in a cold breath. This change was shocking. At first, they thought that Du Xiaojing was going to save Han Ke-Yao. Who would have thought that Han Ke-Yao would be killed by Du Xiaojing instead? Du Xiaofu stood in the void, the golden wings on his back retracted. Looking at his sister in front of him, his eyes began to soften. Bang bang bang, the surrounding battlefields in the void had also calmed down. With the 18 heavenly guards, Mo Tianxiao, Jialo Jueyu, Little Tiger, Du Xiaoqing, and the other supremes, how could the remaining heavenly snake tribe, demon vulture tribe, and dragons be a match for them? They didn't even have the power to stop them. Hundreds of living beings from the various factions who were about to surround Du Xiaofu, Yelu Han, and Dugu Fenshin were killed on the spot. Not a single one of them escaped. The mountain peaks were a mess. Corpses were strewn everywhere, and rivers of blood flowed. Some of the desolate nation's disciples had already begun to clean up the battlefield, plundering the treasures and cutting off the refining treasures from the beast corpses. Although the surrounding living beings' eyes were bloodshot, there were powerful dragon corpses, powerful demon vultures, and heavenly snake corpses, all of which were precious treasures. No one dared to step forward. The desolate nation's supremes were feared by everyone. No one dared to provoke them. They're all dead, sigh, dragons, legalism, famed clans, heavenly snake tribe, demon vulture tribe, and fire demon lion tribe. These guys are really unlucky to have provoked that demon king. Fu Xiaofu, Du Xiaofu, what a great Fu Xiaofu. The experts from the various factions on the mountain peaks exclaimed. I'm afraid no one below the Saint Realm can resist that demon king. Indestructible, this growth speed is too fast. Du Xiaojing is also indestructible. These siblings are too abnormal. Monsters, everyone from the Du family is a monster. What is the background of this Du family? With such talent, why were they unknown before? The crowd discussed animatedly, exclaiming in shock. Chapter 1956. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. Long Air, Han Ke-Ying, and Hui Yuan were all killed. In the blink of an eye, the supreme experts from the wasteland country and the golden-winged Peng race took action. They swept through everything and killed all enemies. Many creatures were still like clay sculptures, unable to regain their senses. Originally, everyone thought that Fu Xiaodu, Yelu Han, and the others would be in big trouble. Who knew that the final turn of events would be so shocking? Fu Xiaodu was the demon king Du Xiaofu, sweeping through everything. Almost all of the strongest people like Long Air had died at the hands of the demon king alone. At this moment, the tall man stood in the air, shocking many creatures. Even the powerful Long Air was no match for him and was killed directly. Dragons, Long Air, had dragon blood and an indestructible dragon body. He was also a supreme Nirvana-reborn cultivator with an indestructible cultivation. He could probably stand tall under the Saint Realm. But such a powerful Long Air couldn't even withstand a single blow from the Demon King. Demon King Du Xiaofu is as fierce and powerful as the legends say. He's too strong. The legalism's Han Keiying actually died at the hands of Du Xiaojing. Looks like these siblings are brother and sister. The surroundings became noisy, causing a huge commotion. The place was in an uproar. Big brother. Third young master. President. Young clan leader. Du Xiaoqing, little tiger, Mo Tianxiao, Jialo Juekong, Jialo Jueyu, and the other fiends rushed to Du Xiaofu's side and happily crowded around him. Du Xiaofu smiled and nodded slightly. Big brother, it's really you. You didn't tell me. You can't do this next time. Otherwise, I'll be angry. Du Xiaoqing pouted and intimately moved to Du Xiaofu's side. Lian Qingrong stepped forward. The ice sky blade had already been retracted. Her eyes were clear, and her martial prowess was extraordinary. 8 beautiful women in white followed behind her. Greetings, guild leader. Under everyone's gaze, the handsome man bowed in front of Du Xiaofu. Everyone was stunned. Even Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Mo Tianxiao, and Jialo Jueyu were stunned. Didn't the Snow Spirit Battle Empress purposely go against the desolate nation and collude with a famous expert? But why did he suddenly kill Hui Yu-en? What was going on now? Thank you, country guardian venerable. Du Xiaofu raised Lian Qingrong and smiled as he announced Lian Qingrong's identity. Then, he looked at Dongfang Qinmu and Mingyao in the distance and said to Mo Tianxiao, Dongfang Qinmu and Mingyao have also joined the Huang country. In the future, the Huang country will have to trouble you. Gu, hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Tian Lang and Mingyao's throat burned. Even with his mental fortitude, he couldn't help but swallow. Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Juekong, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, and the others immediately looked at Mingyao and Dongfang Qinmu in unison. They were also shocked. The Snow Spirit Battle Empress, Lian Qingrong, the Undead Spirit Demon, Dongfang Qinmu, and the Dark Hell Emperor, Mingyao. These 3 were as famous as Tian Lang. Many forces in the world wanted to rope them in, but they didn't even care about the 9 great families. But now, these terrifying fellows had all joined the Huang country. Were they trying to scare everyone? Dongfang Qinmu and Mingyao have also joined the Huang country. They already knew about the Demon King's identity. Yelu Han and Dugu Fenchen, who were not far away, finally understood. Their faces twitched. No wonder Dongfang Qinmu and Mingyao had agreed to form an alliance when they came out of the treasure. They must have known about Du Xiaofu's identity. Only they had been kept in the dark. What? Dongfang Qinmu, Mingyao, and Lian Qingrong have all joined the Huang country. Boom! The place was in an uproar. People's voices were like waves, and their auras swept out. All the forces present were shaken. All the forces were terrified. All the forces and experts were shocked beyond words. The Huang country had many geniuses and supreme beings. But now, the undead spirit demon, Dongfang Qinmu, Mingyao, and the Snow Spirit Battle Empress, Lian Qingrong, these 3 extraordinary supreme beings had joined the Huang country. How were they going to let others live? Oh my God, is the Huang country trying to crush the world? 3 more supreme beings have joined, and they are the 3 terrifying supreme beings who are as famous as Tian Lang. Heavenly Demon Yelu Han, Fire Cloud Evil God Dugu Fenchen, and Demon King Du Xiaofu have all been in an alliance. These are 2 more supreme beings. This is too terrifying. The Huang country is going to prosper. From now on, they will enter a glorious era and rise to power. No force in the world can stop them. The Huang country is going to dominate the world. No force can stop them. All the creatures were in an uproar. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, who could stop the Huang country? Even the 9 great clans, as long as the Sage Realm experts did not appear, no one in the world could stop the Huang country. In fact, the number of supreme beings in the Huang country was probably no less than all the supreme beings in the world. This had reached a terrifying level. It was too abnormal. The Huang country had only recently risen to power. With so many supreme beings gathered in one place, how could the creatures present not know what this meant in the future? Long Air, Han Ke Yao, and the others are really unlucky. Some creatures sighed. How unlucky were Long Air, Han Ke Yao, and the others to have encountered the disguised demon King Du Xiaofu. They probably died with their eyes wide open. The famous clan genius is the unluckiest. He was tricked by the demon King Du Xiaofu so miserably. The successor of the Great Snow Mountain, the Snow Spirit Battle Empress, Lian Qingrong, must have joined the Huang country long ago. She purposely targeted the Huang country and the famous clan genius. The famous clan genius is so unlucky. He won't even know how he died. The famous clan genius is indeed aggrieved. Hui Yuan is really unlucky. Some creatures discussed in low voices. They all guessed that the Snow Spirit Battle Empress Lian Qingrong and the famous clan genius were definitely arranged by the Demon King Du Xiaofu in secret. The dignified Hui Yuan and the Master Realm expert had been tricked just like that. It was too tragic. In the future, don't provoke the people of the Huang country. The Demon King Du Xiaofu is not only ferocious, but also too cunning. I'm afraid they won't even know how they died. Many creatures had already secretly made up their minds to not provoke the people of the Huang country no matter what. The Demon King was too terrifying. Not only was he ferocious, but the problem was that once they offended the Demon King, they would probably die without knowing how they died. This guy, in the Golden Rock clan, Jialo Guanyu, Jialo Zhiheng, Jialo Yuantu, Jialo Yi, and the other elders looked at each other secretly. Their eyes were trembling, and golden light flickered in them. At this moment, even their hearts were in turmoil. Although the Golden-Winged Great Rock clan had only partially emerged, the Golden-Winged Great Rock clan had long known about sovereigns like the undead spirit demon Dongfang Qingmu, Dark Hell Emperor Ming Yao, and Snow Spirit Battle Emperor Lian Qingrong. If these people were at the same cultivation level, they would not be much weaker than Jialo Jueyu. But now, these troublesome fellows had been roped into the Huang country by Du Xiaofu. How could Jialo Guanyu and the others not be shocked? What trick did the Demon King use to be able to rope in Lian Qingrong, Ming Yao, and Dongfang Qingmu? Among the Taoists, an old man's face froze in shock. He could not figure it out. Not far away, on a mountain peak, there was the lineup of the Buddhists. An old monk was wearing a kasaya. He looked very old, but his eyes were like golden lamps, and he was hale and hearty. Amitba, that almsgiver do is different. The old monk spoke, his voice like a bronze bell. He has never been ordinary, a young monk said. A young monk spoke. His skin was fair and glossy, and his face was as delicate as jade. There were 9 scars on his forehead, and they were like 9 mysterious symbols that flickered with light. His eyes, in particular, were suffused with divine light. They were like the stars in the sky, making it hard for people to look away. You were also from the central state. How much do you know about him? The old monk asked the young monk. This young monk did not wear a kasaya. Instead, he wore a scarlet brocade robe with a black belt around his waist. He faintly exuded an aura of supremacy. However, the aura he exuded was able to calm one's soul and calm one's heart without any ripples. He was ninefold spirit of the immeasurable sect. He came from the central state and later joined the Buddhists. He has always been unfathomable, ninefold spirit said. The ninefold spirit opened its mouth, and after a moment, it said these words. Over the years, Ninefold Spirit thought that his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. He was favored by a senior of the Buddhists, and with the help of the Buddhists' resources, he had achieved his current cultivation. At this moment, among his peers in the Buddhists, Ninefold Spirit was only inferior to Heng Luan. But looking at the familiar figure in the void in front of him, Ninefold Spirit knew that no matter how fast he improved, he could not compare to that abnormal existence. Even if one can enter the seal ahead, if a Saint Realm expert does not enter, who can compete with the desolate country and the sacred medicine on the heavenly Yu mountain? I'm afraid the others won't have much of a chance. Among the Taoists, an elder let out a bitter smile as he looked at the group of supreme sky prides from the barren nation. The Demon King was still around, and there were also the powerhouses from the golden-winged great rocks. When the time came, even if they saw the legendary treasure on the heavenly Yu mountain, they wouldn't be able to compete with the barren nation for it. He really lives up to his name. He's terrifyingly powerful. On a mountain peak, a beautiful woman in a long green dress looked at a tall man with shoulder-length black hair and muttered softly. Her appearance was enchanting, and her figure was alluring. Many people's eyes lit up, but they did not dare to get close to her. This was because many people knew that she was the original body of the eight-winged green crystal python, which was rumored to have disappeared. She was extremely terrifying. Very powerful. On a mountain peak, a man was surrounded by several people. His eyes were faintly golden, and runes were faintly emitted from them. His aura was extraordinary. He was a sky pride of the immemorial gold-devouring rat clan, and he had a great reputation in the current world. There was a lot of discussion in the surroundings. In the void, Du Xiaojing's beautiful figure stepped forward and looked at the man who looked similar to her. There were ripples in her clear eyes. The man in front of her was so similar to her, and they were connected by blood. Chapter 1957. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. Looking at the otherworldly woman approaching, a smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's resolute face. A smile appeared in his eyes. He was a completely different person from the savage man who had just slaughtered everyone. She stood in front of him, less than a foot away. She raised her eyes slightly. The wind blew her black hair up, and a few strands fell on her forehead. She was as otherworldly as a fairy. "Girl, you seem to have gotten thinner," Du Xiaofu said. He reached out and gently brushed the strands of hair in front of her forehead. His face was still smiling, and his voice was very gentle. It was as if the one before him was a little deer, and he was afraid that he would scare her if he spoke too loudly. The word "girl" made Du Xiaojing's body tremble involuntarily. Her heart trembled. But she held it in. Maintaining the smile on her face, she called out softly, "Big brother." But when the word "Big brother" came out of her mouth, it seemed to carry some kind of emotion. It was hard for her to hold it in. Her eyes began to moisten. She had never forgotten the past. Speaking of which, he had only been born 2 hours earlier than her. But because of the word "Big brother," even though they had never met before, he had given her selfless love. A love that was willing to give up his own life for her. Even thousands of kilograms were not enough to describe it. Is mother well?" Du Xiaofu nodded and smiled. When the word "Big brother" fell into his ears, it seemed to meld into his heart, spreading warmth in his heart. "Mother is very well. She just misses you and father a little," Du Xiaojing said. She did her best to maintain the smile on her face. "That's good. Father and I are also very well. You don't have to wait long. Father and I will go back to the legalism to pick up mother," Du Xiaofu said. Du Xiaojing nodded. She wanted to say something else, but in the end, she did not say anything. "Xiaofu, you finally appeared." The elders of the golden-winged great Peng bird clan, the child of the sacred array Jin Qingchun, and the others all appeared in the air at this moment, arriving beside Du Xiaofu. "Greetings, elders, brother Qingchun." Du Xiaofu bowed to Jialo Guanyu and the other elders. Brother, Sister Qingqing is currently being chased by the famous family's people. We've received news that Sister Qingqing has entered the seal restriction formation, and her whereabouts is unknown. We can't go there. Du Xiaoqing seemed Qingchun. Du Xiaofu, Qingchuan Sui and Qingchun. Is Qingchun was Zhang Xian's Qiu. Was Zai's Qingchuan's is? Qingchuan's Lu. Xiao. Du Xiaofu gently patted little Qing's shoulder. He had already received the news. When he first met Lian Qingrong, he wanted to know the news of the famous family as soon as possible, so he could help Dongli Qingqing as soon as possible. Therefore, he secretly transmitted a message to Lian Qingrong to find an opportunity to approach the famous family. In this way, he could help Dongli Qingqing as soon as the famous family found her. When they arrived at this place, Du Xiaofu knew that Dongli Qingqing had already entered the front, and the famous experts still wanted to fish in troubled waters. Only then did he signal to use Lian Qingrong, his trump card, to easily deal with Hui Yuan, which shocked everyone present. The seal restriction formation in front is very strange. No one can enter it. Zhen Qingchun frowned slightly. Even though his attainments in this area were not weak, he was powerless in the face of the strange seal restriction formation in front. I have checked the seal restriction formation. It is from ancient times. I can't enter it either, Du Xiaojing said. Listening to the words of his brother Zhen Qingchun and sister Xiaojing, Du Xiaofu frowned. If even these two people could not enter and understand, the strangeness of the seal restriction formation could be imagined. I will go and check it out. After a while, Du Xiaofu slightly raised his eyes and looked at the hazy fog in front of him. The main peak towered at the end of the sky with a firm gaze. We can take the long view. Many experts have rashly broken in and lost their lives, Elder Jialo Zhiheng said. Elder, I will be careful. Du Xiaofu had already decided that Dongli Qingqing had entered and her whereabouts were unknown. He had to check it out. Moreover, he had Du Xiaoyao's talent, the red-bone horse monkey. Ordinary restriction formation seals could not stop him. Brother, have you fought with those mysterious young men and women who rode the ancient demonic beasts here? Du Xiaojing asked Du Xiaofu. I have. They are very strong. Du Xiaofu said. The young man in a green battle robe who led the group was extraordinarily strong. I have also fought with them. The restriction formation in front of us is similar to the aura on their bodies. I suspect that they may have walked out from there. The restriction formation may be related to them. Du Xiaofu frowned slightly and said to Du Xiaofu. Walked out from there. Hearing this, everyone around Du Xiaofu was shocked. Those mysterious young men were very strong. This was especially true for the man leading the group. He was a Nirvana supreme being. If they had really walked out from the main peak of the Heavenly U mountain, then if there was an old man behind them, how powerful would his cultivation be? He would definitely be overseen by a Saint Realm expert. Du Xiaofu's face was calm as he looked at the fog rising from the mountain range in front of him. There was a dazzling light and rich energy fluctuations. I will be careful. Du Xiaofu had made up his mind. Dongli Qingqing's whereabouts were unknown. No matter what was in front of him, he had to go and take a look. Hearing Du Xiaojing say that those mysterious young men and women were related to the restriction formation in front of them, Du Xiaofu was not surprised. Instead, he was happy. Those mysterious young men and women who practiced the rippling carefree steps seemed to be related to Dongli Qingqing as well. If that was the case, then Dongli Qingqing might be able to turn the situation around after walking into the restriction formation. No one said anything. They knew Du Xiaofu's temper. They also knew that Dongli Qingqing was inside and he would definitely go back to look for her. Xiaofu, you must be careful. Jialo Guanyu, Jialo Zhiheng, and the other elders could only remind Du Xiaofu to be careful. Brother, I will go with you. Du Xiaojing, Du Xiaoqing, and the others both said that they wanted to go with Du Xiaofu. Wait for me here. Don't worry, I have the strength to protect myself. As soon as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, a golden light flashed under his feet and his figure swept forward. Ha! What is that Demon King trying to do? Could it be that the Demon King wants to break through the restriction formation? The creatures on the surrounding mountain peaks were surprised and looked at each other in dismay. Many experts had failed to break through the restriction formation and were buried inside. Could the Demon King succeed? Mist rose from the mountain range, making it hazy. In the distance, a dazzling light shone in the sky. Rich energy fluctuations filled the air. An incomparably huge mountain peak stood between heaven and earth like a towering giant. Du Xiaofu appeared in the void cautiously. The energy in front of him was torrential. Mysterious runes intertwined with green light and mist filled the air. Whoosh! A golden streak of light shot out from Du Xiaofu's palm. It pierced through space like an arrow and shot towards the space ahead. Boom! Suddenly, a green light filled the void in front of him. Mysterious runes shone brightly, and an ancient aura suddenly surged out, shaking the void. Walala! Around the golden energy light, a vortex gushed out of the void and swallowed it directly. Then, everything returned to normal. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. He clearly felt that his celestial qi energy was directly swallowed without leaving a trace. What a powerful restriction formation from ancient times. It's incomparably profound. Du Xiaofu exclaimed. After a little probing, he knew that the restriction formation was powerful. No wonder it stopped the footsteps of the major forces. It seems a little strange, but at the same time, Du Xiaofu was surprised. He felt a familiar aura and probed with his mind. That seal was powerful, but it gave off a vaguely familiar feeling. After a moment of astonishment, Du Xiaofu began to look ahead. His gaze was calm and focused. In the void behind him, many eyes were nervously watching. Not long after, Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up as he looked forward. He felt something special from the restriction formation in front of him. It was very similar to some of the things recorded in the heavenly spirit record left behind by his master, the Sacred Hand Soul Emperor. After thinking about it carefully, Du Xiaofu found many clues and mysteries. And these mysteries seemed to be closely related to Dongli Qingqing's wave-treading free steps. The fluctuations in the restriction formation were similar to the weak water bone river outside the heavenly Yu mountain. It seemed to overlap with the wave-treading free steps. Is it really like this? Du Xiaofu murmured softly and became alert. The redbone horse monkey's primordial spirit was ready. Golden light surged under its feet, and it floated like a god. It turned into a blurry figure and charged into the void in front of him. Dongli Qingqing entered the restriction formation. Du Xiaofu had no other choice. Even if he made a mistake by probing, he still had the redbone horse monkey's primordial spirit. In the worst case, the purple thunder profound cauldron could protect him. Rumble, Du Xiaofu's figure stepped into the void in front of him. Suddenly, the entire void trembled and let out a loud sound. It was like the sound of heaven, shaking the heavens and the earth. In an instant, there was green light everywhere. Mist rose like the sea of clouds and exploded with endless light. It was as if a terrifying heavenly beast had been completely awakened from its slumber and opened its eyes from the chaos. There was a burst of light, accompanied by lightning and thunder. Lightning intertwined and the void boiled. Not good, the restriction formation has been completely disturbed. Behind the void, all the experts opened their eyes nervously and watched nervously. The disciples of the desolate country, Jialo Guanyu, and the others had serious expressions. Walala, the restriction formation was completely disturbed. The light was resplendent and it devoured all life. Du Xiaofu was inside and could feel the terror of this restriction formation. This restriction formation was like a world that devoured everything. The Xian Qi and life in his body were being devoured involuntarily. It was impossible to stop it. Boom! Golden light erupted from Du Xiaofu's body. His footsteps were as swift as a deity's, and his movements were unpredictable. He shuttled back and forth among the mysterious runes that filled the sky with a peculiar footwork. He activated a peculiar technique that caused runes to fly out and disperse the life-devouring energy. Just like this, Du Xiaofu's figure was like a deity. Light shone as he rampaged through the terrifying restriction formation and found a safe path. In a moment, Du Xiaofu had entered deep into the restriction formation. What? That demon king has already broken in. Such a scene caused the clouds in all directions to move, and a huge wave was created. That restriction formation must have weakened. We can go in now. There is a sacred medicine on the main peak of the heavenly Yu mountain. Go in. There were figures with scarlet eyes and demonic beasts with glowing eyes. The temptation of the sacred medicine was simply irresistible. The restriction formation has weakened. Fight for the sacred medicine. Suddenly, there were loud shouts and auras surging in the void. One by one, the figures could no longer hold themselves back. They wanted to follow Devil King Du Xiaofu through that seal and fight for the sacred medicine. Chapter 1958. Stay calm, no one is allowed to move. Elder Jialo Guanyu reprimanded the people from the desolate country and the golden-winged rock clan. He did not think that now was the time to break through the seal. Let's wait and see. There were also elders from the various major forces who spoke up to stop their disciples from joining the ranks of those trying to break through the seal. Boom! Many creatures had just gotten close to the seal when the void suddenly trembled violently. Terrifying green talisman runes soared into the sky. Numerous life-devouring whirlpools appeared around the creatures. An ancient aura swept out and devoured everything. The creatures at the front were immediately devoured. Their skin began to age, their hair turned white, and their muscles began to wither. They turned from young to old. One could see with the naked eye that the life in their bodies was draining away. Miserable shrieks and wails rang out continuously. Then, they turned into dried corpses and disappeared into the void. Wu, save me, save me, there was no way to resist that kind of life-devouring. There was no lack of powerful experts among the creatures who were devoured. They unleashed their full strength and their auras were monstrous. However, in the seal, they were like lonely leaves in a hurricane. They were powerless to struggle and could only let out miserable shrieks of despair and fear. Retreat, quick, bang bang, the creatures following behind stopped in horror and retreated rapidly. In their panic, many of them bumped into each other. Some of them were injured. It was a chaotic scene. Looks like we still can't enter. How did that benefactor manage to break through? In the Buddhist sect, a hale and hearty old monk's eyes flickered. He could not help but worry when he saw that the demon king Du Xiaofu had already entered the seal. That guy is so strange. How did he manage to enter? How can this seal be broken? If this goes on, the sacred medicine on the heavenly Yu mountain will have nothing to do with us. This trip will be a waste. Don't worry, the sacred medicine is definitely not that easy to obtain. Even if the demon king Du Xiaofu has already entered, he might not be able to obtain the sacred medicine. Some people discussed with worry in their hearts. The demon king Du Xiaofu had already entered the seal, and they were now obstructed by the seal. The legendary sacred medicine on the heavenly Yu mountain was getting further and further away from them. Inside the seal, the talisman runes were dazzling and full of changes. Du Xiaofu's wandering steps. He used the heavenly spirit records left by his master Sacred Hand Spirit Emperor, the Spirit Emperor, dispelling the terrifying devouring power in the seal to seal. This seal was so terrifying that even a Saint Realm expert would have a hard time breaking through it. Into the seal, to the seal to the into the seal to the seal. Enter into the seal, another, to another another's SS, another AA, on the other side of the seal, there was a completely different world. A magnificent mountain range appeared in front of Du Xiaofu's eyes. The mountains and rivers were beautiful, and the mountains stood tall, covered with an ancient primeval forest. White mist rose in heaven and earth, and multicolored light filled the air during the day. The mountains and rivers were ethereal, like a fairyland, accompanied by an ancient and holy aura. In the center of the mountain range in the distance, there was a huge peak that towered into the sky. It was like a pillar of heaven and earth, surrounded by clouds and multicolored light. The energy of multicolored light was like a silver light from the 9 heavens. Du Xiaofu stood in the void and took a deep breath. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was much richer than outside. Taking a deep breath felt like swallowing the energy of heaven and earth. Inside, there were treasured medicines everywhere. Du Xiaofu stepped into it and immediately felt that there were many treasured medicines around, and they were not ordinary treasured medicines. Du Xiaofu did not make a move. Dongli Qingqing might be here. And according to what his sister Xiaojing said, it might be related to those mysterious young men and women. Those young men were so powerful, and most of them had a Saint Realm expert behind them. It was better for him to be careful. Boom! Suddenly, a sharp energy beam pierced through the void. It was incomparably dazzling and surging with energy. It was like a column of raging flames, and it was extremely terrifying. In an instant, it arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu had been very cautious all along. He was on guard against this attack. He waved his hands and shook the void. Suddenly, a rune radiance appeared in front of him. It was like a vortex. It resisted the terrifying raging flame energy beam. Then, both of them disappeared in the void. Roar! With a roar, flames filled the sky. A crimson ape that was about 10 feet tall walked out. Crimson flames burned all over its body, distorting the void. The blazing heat swept out like a torrent pouring down. There was a faint sound of thunder, causing the surrounding void to tremble and the mountains to shake. This crimson ape looked at Du Xiaofu with surprise. Its entire body was covered in raging flames, and its body was covered in thick fur. It stood in the void and emitted a terrifying aura. It looked down at Du Xiaofu and said, "Who dares to trespass?" Ancient Crimson Fire Ape, Peak Domain Realm. Du Xiaofu looked at the flaming scarlet gigantic ape before him. That was an ancient scarlet fire ape, a formidable type of demonic beast. The ancient scarlet fire ape before him was even at the realm state pinnacle state. If this were in the outside world, it would definitely be an overlord. I have no intention of trespassing. I'm just looking for a friend. I hope you can make things easy for me. Du Xiaofu said to the ancient crimson fire ape. Such an ancient crimson fire ape seemed to be guarding the gate. Just how powerful was the person behind it? Dongli Qingqing's whereabouts were unknown, so Du Xiaofu had to be careful. He had no intention of getting into a conflict with this ancient crimson fire ape. You actually broke through the seal. I'll have to capture you and bring you back. The ancient crimson fire ape stared at Du Xiaofu with confusion in its eyes. It then pointed at Du Xiaofu and said, "Brother ape, there's no need to make things difficult for me. I'm really just looking for a friend. Please make things easy for me." Du Xiaofu said to the ancient crimson fire ape. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The primordial scarlet fire ape completely ignored Du Xiaofu. Its 10-meter-tall body continued to stride forward. As it took a step forward, space trembled. As a blazing aura surged, its dustpan-like hand directly grabbed at Du Xiaofu, causing space to twist like a fried dough twist under its large hand. There's no need to make things difficult for me. Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. He didn't move at all as he threw a punch at the giant hand. Bang! The void trembled as Du Xiaofu's fist collided with the ape's hand. Golden light spilled out and flames splashed. Thump, thump, the ancient crimson fire ape staggered back a dozen steps before stabilizing its body. When it looked at Du Xiaofu again, the astonishment in its eyes became more and more intense. Chapter 1959. Du Xiaofu scolded the ancient crimson fire ape. Why bother? If you attack again, I won't hold back. Roar! The ancient crimson fire ape roared. Flames rained down, and amidst the surging runes, its huge body instantly expanded to 100 feet in size. Boom! The gigantic ancient crimson fire ape towered in the air like a mountain peak. It fully retained its peak domain realm aura and used its innate talent. Its entire body seemed to be covered in a blazing armor, blazing to the heavens. Its hand seemed to reach out from the depths of the firmament and directly press down on Du Xiaofu. Do you really think I have a good temper? Du Xiaofu's face darkened slightly. This ancient crimson fire ape was closing in on him. If he kept retreating, it might have the opposite effect. Sometimes, the effect might be better if he used the right amount of strength. Du Xiaofu directly leaped out, advancing instead of retreating. He threw out a simple and direct punch. Golden light surged as his fist blasted towards the ancient crimson fire ape. In an instant, Du Xiaofu's fist collided with the enormous blazing palm. The moment the two collided, a muffled thunder-like energy explosion resounded in all directions like a thunderous roar, resounding and deafening. Rumble, golden light erupted, amidst resplendent runes, and blazing flames exploded like fireworks. The surrounding forest rose and fell, the earth shook, and the ground cracked. Du Xiaofu's figure did not move at all in such a collision. He was like a boulder. Pucci, however, the huge ancient crimson fire ape crashed into the forest like a meteor. The impact caused the mountain rocks to crack, and it spat out blood. The ancient crimson fire ape's ferocious eyes trembled in disbelief. Its peak domain realm cultivation was actually heavily injured by that human in one move. Roar! The beast's roar startled the forest. From the towering mountain peak in front of them, a black shadow flew across the sky like a dark cloud, covering the sky. Du Xiaofu looked up and saw huge demonic beasts flying across the sky. An ancient ferocious bird flapped its wings and covered the sky, blocking the light. In an instant, it arrived in front of them, causing the sky to darken. A terrifying aura filled the surroundings. Du Xiaofu was shocked. These demonic beasts were too familiar. They were the ancient demonic beasts guarding the precious medicine outside the seal. None of these ancient demonic beasts were weak. Their terrifying ferocious aura. On the ancient crimson fire ape's ice dragon stood a man in the middle, a green light. He looked around 30 years old, and looked extraordinary majestic. On the backs of the ancient demonic beasts in the surroundings, there were also many silhouettes. They were all young and were riding on ancient demonic beasts. It's them. They are from here. Just as Xiao Jing, as Xiao Yun's Xiao, as Yang, Xiao Xiao, Xiao Jing, these mysterious Yin Chong Yin Yun, were Yang Chaz's Yun, Yin Yu's heaven, Su's Yu Yang. Not only were there powerful demonic beasts in the heavenly Yu mountain, but there were also humans who had passed down their legacies from ancient times. Every single one of them was extraordinary, and they were all absolute experts. Du Xiaofu's Yu Yang swept his gaze across these young men and women. Then, he fixed his eyes on the ancient crimson fire ape's ice dragon that was guarding the 3 lives golden lotus. There was a girl who looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. This was the first time he had seen her. They had never met when they first met. The girl's face was very beautiful, and her figure was slender and graceful. She was dressed in a light green long dress, and she was filled with a celestial aura. Her temperament was indifferent, and she was elegant and refined. She was like a banished immortal. The girl was riding on a snow-white ancient white eagle, standing side by side with the ancient crimson fire ape's ice dragon. Her eyes moved away from the ancient crimson fire ape that was crawling up from the ground. Then, her eyes fell on Du Xiaofu. Her eyes were clear, as bright as the stars, and as clear as autumn water. You were able to pass through the seal. Who are you? On the ancient crimson fire ape's ice dragon, the leading man in the ancient crimson fire ape's ice dragon looked at Du Xiaofu. His voice was calm, but it made people tremble for no reason. A look of surprise flashed across the man's eyes. The seal had not been broken, but someone had actually broken in. This was a big deal. Since the other party could easily injure the ancient crimson fire ape, he was obviously not weak. We've met before. Du Xiaofu looked at the man in the ancient crimson fire ape's ice dragon and said, I have a female friend who should have entered this place. I'm here to look for her. I hope you can make it easy for me. I promise I won't touch anything here. Outsiders can't enter this place at all. I think you must have found the wrong place. How did you come in? The beautiful girl on the ancient crimson fire ape's ice dragon spoke. Her voice was clear and moving, and she had been curiously sizing up Du Xiaofu. She knows this set of steps. Perhaps she has already entered this place. I wonder if any of you have seen her before. As soon as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, a golden light flashed under his feet. His figure floated like a god, changing unpredictably. Suddenly, a fleeting afterimage streaked across the void, and then he stopped in the void. Looking at the group of mysterious young men and women in front of him, Du Xiaofu used the carefree steps. Previously, when he fought with the man in the ancient crimson fire ape, the man in the ancient crimson fire ape retreated because of the carefree steps. There might be a great connection between the two. When Dongli Qingqing entered this place, Du Xiaofu guessed that she must have encountered these mysterious people. It's the carefree steps. A cry of surprise came from the beautiful girl on the ancient crimson fire ape's ice dragon. Her limpid eyes rippled violently, and her delicate face changed color. The surrounding young men and women were all moved. Their faces changed color, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. It's you. The man in the ancient crimson fire ape stared at Du Xiaofu. He recognized Du Xiaofu. Although the appearance of the person in front of him had changed, the ancient crimson fire ape's carefree steps immediately made him feel the former's identity. The person you're looking for is not here. Go back the way you came. This is not a place you should be, the man in the ancient crimson fire ape said to Du Xiaofu. His calm expression gave people a feeling of indifference. Since I'm here, I have to find her. From the eyes of the man in the ancient crimson fire ape, Du Xiaofu felt that the former might be hiding something. I said, the person you're looking for is not here. If you don't leave, you'll die, the man in the ancient crimson fire ape said. I'm here to find someone. When I find her, I'll naturally leave. Du Xiaofu increasingly felt that the former seemed to be deliberately hiding something. Dongli Qingqing must be here. Brother, he knows the carefree steps. Could it be that he's looking for Qing? The beautiful girl said to the man in the ancient crimson fire ape. Ruoyun, I'll take care of this. The man in the ancient crimson fire ape interrupted the beautiful girl. He looked at Du Xiaofu. A trace of fluctuation flashed through his eyes, but his voice was still calm. He said, Who are you? What's the name of the person you're looking for? What's her relationship with you? I'm Du Xiaofu from the barren country. The person I'm looking for is called Dongli Qingqing. She's my wife, Du Xiaofu said. However, when they heard Du Xiaofu's words, the expressions of all the young men and women on the ancient crimson fire ape changed. Swish swish, all eyes fell on Du Xiaofu. They stared closely at Du Xiaofu. What did you say? She's your wife. The man in the ancient crimson fire ape's face changed immediately. His voice could make people's souls tremble for no reason. It was as if it could draw out the vitality of living creatures. It was extremely strange. Chapter 1960. Translator, H2DH2. Mr. The beautiful woman called Ruo Yun's clear eyes rippled violently. She's my woman, Du Xiaofu nodded. The man in azure robes stared closely at Du Xiaofu as azure light shot out from his eyes. I'll give you a chance. If you can defeat me, I'll let you find her, the man in azure robes said after a while as he stared at Du Xiaofu. Brother, you should tell the elders about this. He's here to find Qing. The woman called Ruo Yun looked away from Du Xiaofu. Her face hardened slightly as she spoke to the man in azure robes. We'll talk about it again if he has the right. The man in azure robes interrupted the beautiful woman again. He stared closely at Du Xiaofu and said, if you don't dare to fight, then cripple your own cultivation and never appear again. I can spare your life. Hearing that, the beautiful woman called Ruo Yun wanted to say something to the man in azure robes, but she hesitated. In the end, she did not say anything. She also wanted to see if this man from the outside world really had the right to do so. All right. Du Xiaofu nodded. Ripples appeared in his eyes. It looked like these people definitely knew where Dongli Qingqing was. It seemed like he had no other choice but to fight the man in azure robes. If he could really obtain information about Dongli Qingqing, that would undoubtedly be the best. Seeing that Du Xiaofu had actually agreed to fight without any hesitation, the figures on the mounts of the ancient monsters in the surroundings all felt very strange. If he lost and crippled his own cultivation, did this guy really think he could win? You can reconsider. If you lose, you have to cripple your own cultivation base. If you choose to leave now, I can ask my elder brother to spare your cultivation base, as long as you never appear again. The beautiful woman spoke, her melodious voice ringing out in Du Xiaofu's ears. I must find her. If it's a battle, then so be it. I hope you can keep your promise. If I win, tell me where she is. Determination could be seen on Du Xiaofu's face. Although he knew how powerful this green-robed man was, he was an indestructible Nirvana sovereign who had swept away the experts of the various major powers. However, Du Xiaofu wasn't too nervous in his heart. Back then, he had only come into contact with this green-robed man. Now, Du Xiaofu was filled with anticipation. This Nirvana sovereign from the ancient era had the same level of cultivation. Du Xiaofu wondered how he would fare against Du Xiaofu. Seeing that Du Xiaofu's resolute gaze did not waver, the beautiful woman's eyes flickered. On the surrounding ancient demonic beast mounts, the other young men and women revealed mocking expressions. In their hearts, how could these people outside be a match for Brother Ruo Shu? Wu, the ferocious eyes of the ancient demonic beast mounts were filled with light as they looked down at Du Xiaofu and roared as if they were mocking him. This isn't a good place to fight. Follow me. The green-robed man looked at Du Xiaofu calmly. As he spoke, the flood dragon beneath his feet turned around and swept forward. Wu, amidst the beast roars, the ancient demonic beasts turned around and left. The young men and women's clothes fluttered in the wind. Du Xiaofu squinted his eyes slightly. A golden light flashed beneath his feet and he immediately followed behind them. Under the sky, the mountain range was verdant and hazy. There were spiritual birds flapping their wings in the forest and spiritual beasts frolicking in the mountain streams. It was like a fairyland. Not long after, behind a spiritual mountain, there was a huge square surrounded by mountains. It looked like a giant mountain that had been flattened. Runes flickered around the square, mysterious and profound. There's a powerful seal supporting it. Du Xiaofu appeared in the void with the group of mysterious young men and women. He looked at the huge square that was supported by a seal and was difficult to move. Swoosh, on the head of the flood dragon, the green-robed man's figure appeared in the sky. His robe was shining and his figure floated down. He was already standing in the middle of the square with a calm expression. Du Xiaofu's toes touched the void. His figure swept across the square under the gaze of the surrounding people. Then, he stood opposite the green-robed man. Does this guy really think he can defeat Brother Ruoshu? As Du Xiaofu's figure landed, the surrounding people's eyes were filled with ridicule. This guy's strength is not weak. When he fought with Brother Ruoshu before, Brother Ruoshu thought he was related to us because of his wave-treading free step. Hence, Brother Ruoshu let him go. But if this guy wants to fight with Brother Ruoshu, I'm afraid it's far from enough. He's courting death. The patriarch and elders told us not to kill people. Brother Ruoshu won't kill this guy, but I'm afraid it's unavoidable to abolish his cultivation. This guy can't really be related to us, right? Don't worry, this guy isn't qualified. Brother Ruoshu won't give him the chance. It's good enough if he can keep his life. On the ancient demonic beast, everyone was discussing spiritedly. They didn't even transmit their voices. It was obvious that they didn't put Du Xiaofu in their eyes. In their eyes, this outsider was no match for them. Brother, the elders told us not to kill people. This guy has the wave-treading free step. You have to be gentle. What if he really and Qing, the beautiful lady called Ruoyun glanced at Du Xiaofu and sighed. Then, she said to the green-robed man. I'm just giving him the qualification. Otherwise, he won't even be qualified to fight with me. The green-robed man interrupted the beautiful lady again. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said in a soft and ethereal voice, if he admits defeat now and never appears again, I can do as you said and keep his cultivation. The beautiful lady's expression changed. How could she not understand her brother's thoughts? If this guy was really related to Sister Qing, he really needed to prove his qualification. Otherwise, the elders in the clan would take action. Thank you, lady. I've decided to fight. Du Xiaofu turned around, raised his head, and smiled at the beautiful woman on the primordial white eagle. The corners of his mouth curled up as he said, Don't worry, I won't harm your brother out of consideration for you. Chapter 1961. Du Xiaofu's words startled everyone. Even the beautiful woman was stunned. Du Xiaofu understood that these people must know the whereabouts of Dongli Qingqing. There was no way to avoid this battle, so there was only one way to go. If there was a battle, then there would be a real battle. Looking at Du Xiaofu, who was not far away, the man in the cyan battle robe said calmly. On his cold and handsome face, there was also a faintly discernible curve. He said, no matter what your strength is like, you dared to fight, which has already exceeded my expectations. Remember, my name is Dongli Ruoshu. Dongli Ruoshu. Du Xiaofu looked at the man in the green battle robe in front of him. Dongli Ruoshu was also surnamed Dongli. He was definitely related to Dongli Qingqing. I don't care what your relationship with her is, but let me tell you, it's useless. There are some things where qualifications decide everything. If you don't have the qualifications, then you can only disappear forever. Dongli Ruoshu looked at Du Xiaofu indifferently. The green light around his body began to fluctuate, causing the space around him to distort. An ancient aura filled his entire body. This aura was devouring the vitality in the void. Anyone who saw it would feel a sense of fear from the bottom of their heart. I don't know what qualifications you are talking about. Du Xiaofu showed a slight smile on his face. He looked at Dongli Ruoshu and said, if defeating you is a kind of qualification, then let me tell you, I do have the qualifications. Is that so? Dongli Ruoshu looked at Du Xiaofu. His voice was still ethereal. He said softly and calmly, if that's the case, then I can only make you wake up, boom. As the last word of Dongli Ruoshu's sentence fell, the void around his body suddenly trembled. Green light shone in the sky, devouring vitality. Runes flashed in his eyes. Dongli Ruoshu's hair fluttered in the wind. His body disappeared like a ghost. As the former's figure disappeared, Du Xiaofu's face turned slightly serious. The former was stronger than Dugu Fenchen, Yelu Han, Dongfang Qingmu, Ming Yao, and the others. Although he was not afraid of an immortal Nirvana stage expert, if he was careless, it might be troublesome. Looking at the current situation, Du Xiaofu knew that he could not lose this battle. Come! Du Xiaofu's long robe fluttered in the wind, and the profound energy within his body gushed out without reservation. Golden light burst out, and the bones all over his body instantly emitted a series of clanging sounds. The mighty profound energy was accompanied by an incomparably overbearing energy that distorted the void. After all these years of tempering and adventuring, although Du Xiaofu's temperament was as steady as a rock, his personality was still as domineering as ever. This kind of domineering was the will contained in the blood of the golden-winged Great Ping Bird clan. Du Xiaofu would never underestimate his opponent, but he would never change his domineering attitude. This was the talent of the golden-winged Great Ping Bird clan. Domineering fists. Du Xiaofu shouted. He shook his arm and his right hand directly clenched into a fist. With a golden light and vast xian qi, his aura shook the void. It was like the roar of wind and thunder. It surged and shook the void. Without any fancy moves, he directly attacked the void in front of him. Ao! Ao! In front of the fist, there was a sound like a dragon's roar and a divine elephant's cry. It caused lightning to flash and thunder to roll in the sky. Boom! Under the trembling gaze of many young men and women, Dongli Ruoshu's figure appeared from the rippling space. Her fist shone with green light and collided with Du Xiaofu's fist. In the trembling sound, the surrounding void suddenly cracked and exploded from the point of collision. Walala, the terrifying energy turned into ripples of xian qi and runes. Like a tsunami, it suddenly swept across the void. The space was violently shaking and the muffled sound was like endless thunder. The square trembled and the ground shook. However, it did not break. With the support of the prohibition, the square was as solid as a rock. This was also the reason why Dongli Ruoshu wanted to fight with Du Xiaofu here. If they were outside, it would be enough to destroy the heavenly Yu mountain. Qi, the energy swept across. In the wave of golden runes, Dongli Ruoshu's figure was pushed back in a straight line in the void. However, Du Xiaofu's figure only shook slightly. When everything calmed down, the two tall figures in the sky stood far away. However, the expressions of the dozens of young men and women in the distance were already frozen. The fierce eyes of the ancient demonic beasts were also dull. Dongli Ruoshu was pushed back in one move. It brought them too much shock. The man from the outside world called Du Xiaofu, with the power of one move, made them put away the ridicule on their faces. It caused an unbelievable shock in their hearts. For so many years, they had never seen anyone of the same generation who could defeat Dongli Ruoshu. She was a godlike existence in their hearts. Until a few days ago, a mysterious woman from the outside world defeated Dongli Ruoshu for the first time. Did you notice that Du Xiaofu seems to be very similar to that woman? A young man on the back of a demonic beast said. This man called Du Xiaofu was too similar to the woman who had defeated Dongli Ruoshu not long ago. They really look alike. Some people were discussing. The more they looked, the more they felt like that woman. Dongli Ruoyun's eyes were also rippling at this moment. A whoosh whoosh, at this moment, the huge movement in the square alarmed the surroundings. Roars came from the distant sky. Many demonic beasts and human figures were flashing over. In a very short time, many demonic beasts roared and came over. There were some figures sitting on top of them. There were also some people who came alone. There were men and women, old and young. They looked at Dongli Ruoshu and Du Xiaofu in the square with a strange look. Then, they stood together with the mysterious young men and women. Boom, in the sky, there was a vigorous aura fluctuating, causing the void to tremble. There was a dazzling green light spreading in the air, making it difficult for the people present to look directly at it. With the appearance of the dazzling green light, there were dozens of old men and women who walked out with dignity. There were several old men and women in the front. They were all in their old age. The appearance of these old figures made Du Xiaofu squint his eyes. The aura of these old figures was incomparably powerful. Although they were not necessarily above Dongli Ruoshu, each of them was powerful. They were comparable to the aura of Jialo Yi, Jialo Yuantu, Jialo Guanyu and other elders of the Golden-Winged Rock clan. Greetings to the elders. When these old figures came, the people around immediately saluted. The young men and women who rode on the ancient demonic beasts at the front also respectfully got off their demonic beasts. Chapter 1962. What's going on? An old man stood in the middle. His hair was a strange green color, but his aged face gave off a feeling of great vitality. He wore a plain robe, and his aura was calm, giving off a strong sense of vitality. Du Xiaofu looked at the old man in the wide robe from afar. Relying on his extraordinary Yuan spirit senses, he could clearly sense an extremely hidden and powerful aura emanating from the old man's body. It was likely that his aura was not below that of the great elder of the golden-winged Great Peng clan. The dozen or so young men and women looked at each other when they heard the old man's question. They were somewhat speechless. Granduncle, an outsider has barged in. He said that Sister Qingqing is his wife. Dongli Ruoyan stepped forward and spoke softly to the old man in the wide robe. The expressions of the dozen or so old figures changed when they heard this. Pairs of weathered eyes sized up Du Xiaofu. On the square, Du Xiaofu withdrew his gaze. There were indeed old people behind these mysterious young men and women. Looking at the array, there were quite a number of them. They had been living in the Heavenly Yu Mountain for a long time. Huff, the battle was not over yet. Du Xiaofu's chest rose and fell as he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He looked at Dongli Ruoshu and said, "Use your full strength. Otherwise, you are no match for me." How arrogant! The old figures and the others who had arrived at the end did not know what had happened. Their expressions changed when they heard Du Xiaofu's words. Dongli Ruoshu stared at Du Xiaofu. The former's punch was too terrifying, too domineering, and his fist was still a little numb. Before this attack, Dongli Ruoshu had not taken the former seriously. Back then, he had come into contact with him. The former should be a genius in the outside world, but in front of him, he really did not take him seriously. However, Dongli Ruoshu only truly felt the power of the man in front of her with that blow just now. The former had disguised his appearance and aura back then, and most likely also concealed his cultivation level. When he fought with her back then, he did not really use his full strength. Looking at the former, Dongli Ruoshu suddenly closed her eyes. From her body, a frightening and strange aura suddenly swept across the square and the void. Boom! In an instant, Dongli Ruoshu opened her eyes once again. Green light surged, and the eternal and indestructible level aura on her body climbed to its peak without any reservation. Monstrous energy instantly erupted, and waves of extremely frightening energy storms swept out in all directions. His aura was full of vitality and filled with the might of a supreme being. The green light was dazzling, like a green sun in the sky. Dongli Ruoshu stood in the middle like a deity. The sound of wind and thunder could be heard all around, as if heaven and earth were resonating. Brother Ruoshu is going all out. Except for that mysterious woman from the outside world, Brother Ruoshu has never used his full strength in all these years. Everyone in the surroundings was astonished and shaken. No one knew how many years it had been since anyone could make Dongli Ruoshu use his full strength, including some elders who had even been defeated by Dongli Ruoshu. Now, facing the intruder from the outside world, Dongli Ruoshu was going all out, which made them excited and expectant. Feeling the aura on Dongli Ruoshu, Du Xiaofu slightly raised his head. As the golden light fluctuated, the golden light behind him was boundless, and the real rock's golden wings were activated and expanded. Boom! In an instant, the dazzling golden light was boundless, like a golden torrent hanging in the sky, carrying with it a domineering and fierce aura. When the rock's golden wings behind Du Xiaofu were activated, the domineering aura filled the air, causing many of the ancient demonic beasts to suddenly tremble. Their blood boiled, and they could not help but roar and crawl. The aura of the golden-winged rock. Does this person have the bloodline of the golden-winged rock? He is obviously a human, but why does he have the aura of the golden-winged rock? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The old figures were still amazed, and their eyes were full of shock and disbelief. Feeling the domineering aura on Du Xiaofu and the domineering will brought by the rock's golden wings, Dongli Ruoshu's green eyes also fluctuated. Fight! But there was no delay. In the midst of vitality, green light shone, and with a wave of her hand, a palm print exploded with green light talisman engravings. Like a vortex, it swallowed the void, and instantly pierced through the void and slapped towards Du Xiaofu. Fight! Fight! The rock's golden wings behind Du Xiaofu spread out naturally. With a shake of his right arm, 5 fingers were slightly bent, and a claw print came out of his hand. The dazzling talisman engravings were like golden lightning, as if a golden-winged rock was about to spread its wings and soar into the 9 heavens. This was the rock's chaos-crushing claw. A domineering and terrifying aura erupted, as if the real golden-winged rock had descended. Everyone around was shocked, and the souls of the ancient demonic beasts trembled. The speed of the two was as fast as lightning, and their figures were unpredictable. Just as Du Xiaofu's rock's chaos-crushing claw tore through the void and was about to touch Dongli Ruoshu's palm print, Dongli Ruoshu's attack suddenly sank, and her figure changed unpredictably, disappearing under Du Xiaofu's claw print. Swoosh! When she reappeared, she was already in front of Du Xiaofu. She turned her palm into a finger, and a green light fingerprint swallowed vitality, and with a terrifying energy, fell in the center of Du Xiaofu's claw print as fast as lightning. Hula! When the two collided, a terrifying ripple of wind, accompanied by broken talisman engravings, suddenly burst out. The space waves above the void spread rapidly, and frighteningly engulfed the void, causing it to tremble non-stop. The old figures in the field saw the fierce confrontation between the two figures in the square at this moment, and their eyes flickered slightly, and there were waves in their eyes. Dang dang! In the void, Du Xiaofu and Dongli Ruoshu's figures were pushed back at the same time. Tiptoeing in the void, Du Xiaofu's figure stopped. He glanced at his right palm, and there were some red marks in the center of his palm, which was a little painful. When the strange energy entered the body, it could affect the vitality in the body. Fortunately, it was resisted and destroyed by the golden-winged rock's cultivation method, so Du Xiaofu's body was not seriously injured. Strange body movement. Du Xiaofu's eyes slightly raised. Dongli Ruoshu's wave-like free steps was more skillful than his, and her footwork was more boundless and changeable. Obviously, the wave-like free steps that he had cultivated was not the complete one, and was not as advanced as Dongli Ruoshu. In the previous attack, Dongli Ruoshu had changed her palm into a finger, and concentrated the attack on one point. This attack was more powerful and fierce, and that was why he had suffered a small loss. Looking serious, Du Xiaofu's golden eyes were calm, but there was a fluctuation in his heart. Sure enough, he could not underestimate any opponent. If it were not for his physical body and the tyrannical cultivation method of the golden-winged rock tribe, he would have suffered a great loss in the hands of Dongli Ruoshu. This person's indestructible aura would not be lower than his cultivation, which was powerful and terrifying. Green vines of 1,000 miles. Dongli Ruoshu's move worked. She shouted in a deep voice, and her hand gesture changed. Runes burst out and turned into a shadow of a green vine. Countless vines, like flowers in full bloom, pierced through the void, and enveloped Du Xiaofu. Facing such a strange attack, Du Xiaofu felt a strange energy that could devour vitality. Light flashed under his feet, and the golden-winged rock behind him flapped. With the help of the wave-like free steps, his figure strangely rose in the void and avoided the attack. Wave-like free steps. When Du Xiaofu used the free steps under his feet, an old woman exclaimed on the spot. Dongli Ruoshu's face twitched when her attack failed. Her hand gesture changed in an instant, and streaks of green light flew out from her body and turned into attacks that swept towards Du Xiaofu. It was obvious that Dongli Ruoshu had practiced these martial arts techniques to the point of perfection. Coupled with the strange carefree steps, when used, it was terrifying and strange, and the attacks were sharp and tricky. Facing such overwhelming attacks from Dongli Ruoshu, Du Xiaofu did not blindly dodge. The advantage of the Golden-Winged Rock Tribe's cultivation method was offensive. He used the Golden-Winged Rock Tribe's attack to the extreme. Xian Qi surged in the Holy Gate, and supported by the Golden-Winged Rock's golden wings, Fuyao sky-shaking wings, and rock descending to the ninth heaven. Rumble, when such attacks collided, it was like a chain bomb explosion. The green light overflowed, and the golden light whistled. The terrifying energy fluctuated like a flood, covering the sky and covering the earth, and spreading in all directions, shaking the void with a rumbling sound. Such a fierce battle also made the surrounding people faintly excited. They had not seen Dongli Ruoshu fight with all her strength for a long time, and they also wanted to know how powerful this extraordinary man was. Bang! With another muffled sound, the two figures separated as soon as they touched. Xiaoyang seal. In the explosion of the golden light, Du Xiaofu's hands formed a seal with lightning speed. The Xian Qi in his body poured out like a flood, and condensed into a bright golden palm print along the seal. With a strong energy pressure, it instantly slapped towards Dongli Ruoshu. Humph, this martial skill seems to be too weak. In the face of Du Xiaofu's, Xiaoyang seal, Dongli Ruoshu's eyes darkened. Mysterious green talisman runes surged. In an instant, her arms seemed to be covered by a thick layer of tree bark, emitting an ancient talisman light. It was like the toughest armor. In an instant, it violently clashed with Du Xiaofu's palm. An earth-shattering sound suddenly resounded in the void above the square. Du Xiaofu's Xiaoyang seal was shattered, and the golden light shattered. I said that this martial skill is too. There was a smile in Dongli Ruoshu's eyes, but before she could finish her sentence, her expression suddenly changed. She realized that the former's palm had been shattered, but his figure was still as immovable as a boulder. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile, and a terrifying energy fluctuation was about to erupt like a suppressed volcano. Roar! All of a sudden, Du Xiaofu let out a dragon's roar and an elephant's trumpet, which reverberated in the sky. The domineering roar was like thunder, and the energy was like a volcanic eruption. Bang, 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 it caused the world to tremble, and the universe to roar. The surrounding void was shattered one after another. The sound wave contained a domineering martial way and a primordial spirit attack, and it swept out in all directions. The figures and ancient demonic beasts in the distance were also greatly affected by the sound wave attack. Some of them turned pale and showed signs of pain. The eyes of the leading old man in a wide robe rippled. He waved his hand, and a green light surged, turning into a light screen in front of him, blocking the terrifying sound wave and protecting the disciples around. What a terrifying sound wave attack! It can attack the primordial spirit. The other old experts nodded in amazement. If they were to face such a sound wave head-on, they would not be able to withstand it. Chapter 1963. The sound waves swept out like thunder, but Du Xiaofu's face remained calm. Although the domineering Tao was strong, it was still a primordial spirit attack. But if Dongli Ruoshu could be defeated like this, then she was not an immortal nirvana supremacy. Boom! Sure enough, as the sound wave swept out, space suddenly trembled, and a terrifying aura spread out from it. Monstrous profound energy surged out like an ocean, and it surged and boiled in the space of the square. Rumble, the heavenly sound was endless, and there were 6 divine rings in the sky. The 6 divine rings burned like divine fire, and Dongli Ruoshu was in the middle of the sky. Her body was covered with bright green light and mysterious runes, rippling with an ancient aura. It was as if a god had descended, suppressing all things. You are an outsider after all, and you don't know the secrets of the world. I came from this ancient land, and I have the heavenly wood martial vein. I am a nirvana supremacy, and I am a true disciple of the Feng Jijia. You can make me use my full strength, which is enough to prove that you are not ordinary, but you are not qualified. Amidst this terrifying aura, an ethereal voice that was calm to the point of indifference suddenly spread throughout the world. Boom! As the indifferent voice spread out, the terrifying sound waves that swept out in all directions were directly swallowed with a rumbling sound. Above the void, with Dongli Ruoshu as the center, a terrifying green light vortex shone brightly, like a green light black hole, and even the sound waves were swallowed by it. The terrifying devouring power spread out, but when it was about 10 zhang away from Du Xiaofu, it was blocked by the golden ping wings on Du Xiaofu's back. What a strange martial vein! Is the Feng Jijia of their origin? The golden rock wings on Du Xiaofu's back glowed with a golden light. Du Xiaofu's gaze was fixated on the figure in front of him. The figure was enveloped in azure light, and at this moment, the aura he exuded was extremely powerful and terrifying. A vortex appeared in the void, capable of devouring everything in its path. Dongli Ruoshu stepped into the void. Her eyes were like green suns. Her heavenly voice resounded in the void. She looked straight at Du Xiaofu and slowly raised her head. It's time to end this. As Dongli Ruoshu's voice faded, the sky above the ancient square suddenly twisted. The surrounding environment changed drastically, as if it had turned into a terrifying void. It made people feel as if they were in an otherworldly space. There was lightning and thunder all around. There was no life, only destruction. Strange, this is too strange. This sudden change made Du Xiaofu's face change drastically. He activated the golden-winged Great Peng Bird's technique with all his might, and the golden-winged Great Peng Bird's wings erupted with all their might. Only then did he barely manage to resist the terrifying life-devouring energy. However, he could only barely resist it. Du Xiaofu could still feel the vitality in his body being forcefully devoured, about to dissipate in this strange space. Heavenly Wood Star Swallowing Hand. The last handprint was condensed. Dongli Ruoshu pushed her hand toward Du Xiaofu. This strange void suddenly trembled rapidly and turned into a terrifying giant hand. It was full of green light and full of vitality, but it made people feel desolation and destruction from the depths of their souls. Rumble, the giant hand crushed down on Du Xiaofu's head. Everywhere it passed, the space collapsed, revealing a dark space black hole. The green light reflected a terrifying afterglow. Heavenly Wood Star Swallowing Hand. This is the unique skill of my family. The terrifying giant hand crushed down. The pressure that permeated the air made the blood of the people around boil and their primordial spirits tremble. There was a resonance between the soul and the blood. The Heavenly Wood Star Swallowing Hand, driven by the supreme power in the Heavenly Wood martial vein, I'm afraid that no one below the Saint Plane can resist it. Among the dozens of old figures, there were old men and women who were stunned and then muttered to themselves. Dongli Ruoyan looked at the field. Her clear eyes were fixed at this moment. Her charming face was dignified and her eyebrows were knitted. Looking at the terrifying giant handprint, Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. Under the keen primordial spirit power, he could feel the terrible destructive power contained in the terrifying handprint. It was also mixed with the supreme power and the strange power of the martial vein. With Dongli Ruoshu's cultivation, it was absolutely difficult for people below the Saint Plane to resist such an attack. Even if they were at the same level, Dongli Ruoshu was stronger than Dugu Fenchen and Yelu Han. Although his heart was in turmoil, Du Xiaofu's hands did not have any delay. Afterimages quickly condensed in his hands. The Xian Qi in his body was like a huge wave in the ocean, surging out through his acupoints and meridians. Shaoyang seal. Shaoyin seal. Taiyin seal. In an instant, Du Xiaofu condensed 3 seals. The 3 seals overlapped in an instant. On his right palm, there was a ball of energy covering it. It condensed into a golden, black and silver 3-colored handprint. It was crystal clear and full of runes. The crystal clear 3-colored handprint was quite calm, but there were pitch-black cracks around the handprint. Everyone could feel that there was a heart-palpitating fluctuation spreading out from the handprint. It made the dozens of old experts feel a little frightened. What kind of martial skill is this? It seems to contain a kind of martial way. Yes. It doesn't seem to be just one kind of martial way. There are at least 3 kinds of martial ways. Yes. The expressions of the old experts changed. The terrifying energy fluctuation made them start to change. It's not enough. Let's give it a try. After the 3 seals were formed, Du Xiaofu did not stop. Within his left hand, there was a strange and violent energy fluctuation that suddenly rippled. Traces of scarlet energy that seemed to have solidified suddenly seeped out from the empty space, and completely entwined around his palm. As it spun crazily, it impacted the surrounding space and caused it to distort. In an instant, the 4th handprint covered Du Xiaofu's palm. It was as resplendent as scarlet, like the sun in the sky, and the light was like lightning. Extreme Yang Seal. The 4th handprint condensed and instantly merged with the 3 handprints on his right hand. As the 4th handprint condensed, there was a sudden burst of light. The calm energy started to boil, and in a tremor, Du Xiaofu's face turned pale. However, the 4 handprints in his hand were gradually fusing. The 4 handprints overlapped, forming the mysterious 4 divisions seal. The 4 handprints were connected. As the handprints overlapped, their power increased. It was enough to suppress all living things and move mountains and seas. This was the first time Du Xiaofu had condensed 4 handprints since he had obtained the 4th handprint in the lunar space. This was also the first opponent that Du Xiaofu had to take seriously after coming out of the lunar space. Du Xiaofu also wanted to know how powerful the mysterious 4 divisions seal, which was said to be able to suppress all living things and move mountains and seas, was now. The 4 handprints overlapped in his hand. The light was gorgeous, and a powerful pressure spread out. There were faint roars of dragons, tigers, birds, and turtles, causing the ancient space to tremble. Taiji gives birth to yin and yang give birth to the 4 divisions. The 4 divisions gather in the mysterious yellow. Those who obey the heavens may not exist. Those who defy the heavens should laugh. The mysterious yellow emperor seal calms the world and suppresses all living things. These words were shouted out from Du Xiaofu's mouth. That colorful and gorgeous hand seal carried a dazzling tail of light amidst the Sanskrit sound. In an instant, it collided with that frightening large green hand. Chapter 1964. Humph. Dongli Ruoshu's face darkened. She felt that Du Xiaofu's handprint was not ordinary, but she had enough confidence in her heavenly wood star swallowing hand, not to mention that it was supported by the supreme power and the heavenly wood martial vein. But Dongli Ruoshu underestimated Du Xiaofu too much, and also underestimated Du Xiaofu's condensed primordial yellow emperor seal. When Du Xiaofu condensed 3 seals, he could easily fight against the experts of the 9 great clans. Killing them was not a problem, not to mention that Du Xiaofu had condensed 4 seals. This was the real primordial yellow emperor seal. Boom! The 2 handprints collided with each other under the horrified gazes of the crowd. An earth-shattering muffled sound of energy suddenly resounded in this ancient void. Bang! The 2 handprints collided and runes burst out. The primordial yellow emperor's seal and the heavenly wood star swallowing hand confronted each other, erupting with dazzling light. The energy of the 2 handprints eroded and swallowed each other, like 2 meteorites colliding. Terrifying energy ripples swept out like waves. In the middle of the collision, a huge black hole collapsed, revealing a deep darkness that made people's hair stand on end and a chill run down their spine. The heavenly wood star swallowing hand swallowed all things, wanting to devour the energy of the primordial yellow emperor's seal. But not long after, a violent and overbearing energy was released from the primordial yellow emperor's seal, accompanied by the roars of dragons, tigers, birds, and turtles. Roar, goo-woo, the tiger roared, the birds and turtles cried. From the primordial yellow emperor's seal, an azure dragon, a white tiger, a phoenix, and a black tortoise appeared. The roars were like thunder, wanting to destroy the primordial spirit of living creatures. The cold pressure made the world boil, and the beasts were frightened and trembled. The four beasts roared, erupting with a terrifying aura, and suddenly collided with the heavenly wood star swallowing hand. The overbearing energy overflowed and directly shattered the former's handprints. Dongli Ruoshu's heavenly wood star swallowing hand was like a raging fire that was suddenly extinguished. The terrifying energy storm and runes also came to a sudden stop and quickly dissipated. The phantoms of the four beasts were annihilated and disappeared into the void at the same time. Dang dang, Dongli Ruoshu's figure staggered backward. Her face turned pale in an instant, and a trace of red blood overflowed from the corner of her mouth. That guy resisted Brother Ruoshu's heavenly wood star swallowing hand. Not only did he resist, but he also injured Ruoshu. Looking at the scene in the field, everyone was shocked. Dongli Ruoshu had actually been injured by Yi Futian's full power. That man's martial skill was too terrifying. What kind of martial skill is this? It's so domineering. The eyes of the leader, an old man in a wide robe, rippled with green light. Although he didn't want to believe it, the terrifying martial arts technique was indeed more powerful than Fang Jijia's heavenly wood star swallowing hand. This made his heart tremble. That mysterious outsider, who had mastered the wave-like free and unfettered steps, had broken into the seal, and even possessed the supreme beast of the golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan, and had such a terrifying martial skill. What was his background? In the field, Dongli Ruoshu stopped retreating and looked at Du Xiaofu. Her pale face had a touch of seriousness. Dongli Ruoshu felt that it was tricky. It seemed that she had underestimated her opponent. The more they fought, the more Dongli Ruoshu felt that her opponent had an unfathomable feeling. She had already used all her strength, but her opponent had not yet used all his strength. The sleeve of her battle robe wiped a trace of red blood from the corner of her mouth. On Dongli Ruoshu's handsome face, the green light in her eyes trembled. The talisman engravings on her body began to flow like liquid, wrapping her body. Accompanied by a vigorous energy fluctuation, her face suddenly regained its color, and her aura climbed to the peak again in an instant. Is this the power of the heavenly wood martial vein? Du Xiaofu was surprised. He clearly felt that Dongli Ruoshu's aura had recovered in an instant. Even her injuries were healed. This was incredible. Such a martial vein was simply abnormal. The green light fluctuated like a green mist. Dongli Ruoshu's body was glowing. Her body was filled with green talisman engravings. It was dazzling and emitted a divine power from ancient times. There was a sonorous sound, which frightened people's hearts and souls. Under Du Xiaofu's surprised gaze, Dongli Ruoshu's body trembled. Accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, the green talisman engravings turned into pieces of green armor, which directly covered her whole body. On the green armor, there were runes flashing like tree rings. It was filled with ancient and frightening power. This is Brother Ruoshu's heavenly wood martial vein armor. Unfortunately, we can't cultivate it at all. The level of our martial veins is too low. In the distance, looking at the ancient divine armor on Dongli Ruoshu's body, many people were envious. With the divine armor, Dongli Ruoshu was like a peerless armor that covered her body. There was green light surging around her like waves, which made her look like she was in a green ocean. Her aura was vigorous and powerful. At this moment, Dongli Ruoshu was in the sky. She was like an ancient god who had crossed time and space to descend. She could look down on all sides. Is she really going all out? What a powerful and strange martial vein. Du Xiaofu looked at Dongli Ruoshu. There was no carelessness in his eyes. Her aura was too strong. Dongli Ruoshu was stronger than he had imagined. I have really underestimated you. You can make me come to this step, but it is useless in the end, said Dongli Ruoshu. Her expression returned to its usual calm and indifference. She strode towards Du Xiaofu. The 6 divine rings behind her were dazzling. Her eyes seemed to contain 2 cyan suns at that moment, spreading a cyan light mist. Is that so? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. The golden wings of the rock behind his back flapped. He flapped his wings and rushed out like lightning. His fist was wrapped in dazzling golden light. It was like a shadow of the golden-winged rock. It directly blasted towards Dongli Ruoshu. Such an attack was terrifyingly fast. Du Xiaofu's every move contained the way of the overbearing fist and the supreme beast energy of the golden-winged rock. Boom! Such a punch was like a sun in the explosion of golden light. The brilliant golden talisman runes were in the sky, shattering the void and shaking the heaven and earth. The overbearing and terrifying aura was monstrous. In the face of such an overbearing attack from Du Xiaofu, Dongli Ruoshu was not affected at all. She shook her arm and the green light surged. In the distorted void, she directly threw a punch towards the former. The supreme force behind her surged and the sound of heaven resounded. The 2 fists suddenly collided. At the moment of collision, it was as if the sun was released above the void. The heaven and earth trembled. Rumble, the sky was like thunder, bursting with a series of rune lights. The bright golden rune energy shot out like golden fireworks, causing the whole sky to be dazzling. A strange scene appeared. Du Xiaofu's overbearing and all-crushing punch fell on Dongli Ruoshu's fist. Its energy was devoured, making the ancient divine armor dazzling. This is not good, Du Xiaofu's face changed. His eyes were fluctuating. Chapter 1965. The energy on Du Xiaofu's fist was being devoured by a strange power on Dongli Ruoshu's fist. That strange power flowed into his body through his fist, devouring his life force and the Xian Qi in his holy gate. Even the golden-winged rock's technique could not stop it and was being devoured. Such a strange change made Du Xiaofu's heart tremble. This was the mysterious power of the former's strange divine armor. The life force and Xian Qi in his body were being devoured like a flood, making the opponent's aura stronger and stronger. Such a devouring made Du Xiaofu unable to retreat even if he wanted to. The golden wings of the rock burst with golden light, shattering the void, but it was difficult to break free from the terrible suppression. That guy is already very strong, but he can't defeat Brother Ruoshu. In the distance, some young men and women smiled. Such a situation had proved that the person from the outside world was completely suppressed by Dongli Ruoshu and could not make a comeback. Under the suppression of the heavenly wood divine armor and the supreme power, who could escape? That guy was doomed. However, at this moment, the faces of the dozen elderly figures and a few experts did not relax. They continued to stare intently at the battleground. It's time to end this. You are not qualified after all. A faint smile appeared on Dongli Ruoshu's calm face. Behind him, the nirvana power of the supreme power suppressed the sky. His green eyes looked down at Du Xiaofu like a god and suppressed Du Xiaofu with the power of heaven and earth. The heavenly wood divine armor was devouring the life force and Xian Qi in his body. I've said it before. If defeating you would give me that right, then I really do have that right. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly. As he spoke, he formed a seal and the golden light in his eyes was gradually replaced by a blinding purple lightning. Boom! At this moment, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky, and dark clouds gathered. In an instant, strange lightning talisman patterns flickered on the surface of Du Xiaofu's body, and purple lightning snakes wreaked havoc around him. Purple lightning talisman runes covered Du Xiaofu's body, making him look like a god of thunder. The might of thunder descended upon this part of the world, causing one's soul to tremble. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. This part of the sky suddenly froze. Countless purple lightning bolts spread out with a destructive aura. Du Xiaofu activated his thunder martial vein. At this moment, the lightning in his eyes was like a raging thunderbolt, majestic and impressive. The heavenly wood meridian armor formed by Dongli Ruoshu's martial vein was devouring Du Xiaofu's vitality and Xian Qi. Suddenly, it trembled violently as if it had encountered something it was naturally afraid of. At this moment, Dongli Ruoshu's green eyes started to fluctuate intensely. "You want to devour me? Seems like it's not enough." Du Xiaofu was in the air, covered by the thunder martial vein. The golden rock wings on his back were also covered with purple electric arcs, revealing a purple-gold color. Boom! At the same time, the fist in Du Xiaofu's hand, which was surging with golden light, was suddenly covered with purple lightning. In the strange space around him, rolling purple lightning fell with destructive force, wreaking havoc like a storm. Rumble, purple lightning swept down, silver snakes flashed, and a murderous aura spread. Although it was not austere, it showed the majesty of creation and the righteousness of heaven and earth. This kind of thunderbolt power, the purest of yang, could be vast and mighty, and could punish all living things. At this moment, all the living things in the sky were shocked. Such a sky full of thunderbolts made them tremble with fear, and a chill crept up from the bottom of their hearts. Boom! The terrible purple lightning rushed out from Du Xiaofu's fist. In a short stalemate, the terrible destructive power shattered the divine armor on Dongli Ruoshu's fist. Bang, 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 in an instant, like a series of firecrackers, the heavenly wood martial vein divine armor on Dongli Ruoshu's arm began to crack and explode inch by inch. The green light dimmed, and her whole body was covered with purple electric arcs, and the destructive power poured in. The heavenly wood martial vein could devour the vitality of all living things, but it could not devour the power of the thunder martial vein. Under the mighty power of the thunder martial vein, it collapsed inch by inch. Puff, Dongli Ruoshu spat out blood from her mouth, and her face turned pale instantly. Her green eyes were trembling with shock. Suppress! With a loud shout, 6 divine rings appeared above Dongli Ruoshu's head, and the sound of heaven and earth was endless. With the power of heaven and earth, she wanted to suppress Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein. Du Xiaofu was in the air, surrounded by purple lightning. His tall and straight figure was filled with a supreme aura, sweeping across the sky, and could not be provoked. The killing power suppressed the heaven and earth. Break! Break! Looking at the vast and mighty supreme being force, a domineering smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face. Purple gold lightning shot out from his eyes like 2 purple gold suns. High up in the sky, purple gold lightning gathered to form a purple gold lightning spear. Carrying a purple gold lightning bolt, it directly shot out. Such a spear, the destructive aura of the killing power, made the space roar continuously. The purple lightning spear and the supreme power collided, and it was dazzling. This was the collision of the thunder martial vein and the supreme power, and it brought about an indescribable mysterious power. The supreme power burned like a divine fire, and mysterious runes appeared, with the power of heaven and earth, and it wanted to imprison the purple lightning spear. The purple lightning spear burst out with purple lightning, and it released the killing intent, showing the majesty of creation, and the righteousness of heaven and earth, mighty and mighty. Swish, finally, the first divine ring was pierced, followed by the second and third divine rings. All the way until the 6th divine ring was pierced. Bang, 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 at this moment, the 6 divine rings collapsed in the void, as if 1,000 volcanoes had exploded at the same time. There was a strange phenomenon in the sky, and the sun, the moon, and the stars appeared in the void, making the void terrifying. Rumble, the immovable and unbreakable plaza, at this moment, also began to crack under this terrifying destructive power, causing the earth to quake and the mountains to shake. Boom! In the monstrous energy, Dongli Ruoshu's body flew out, and her body was covered in blood. The heavenly wood divine armor cracked as if it was about to burst, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and those who have passed away are sleeping in the orphanage. The world is in turmoil, and the tribulation is coming again. The thunder martial vein has appeared, just like what an old friend saw. Suddenly, such words resounded in the void, and the voice was long and vicissitudes of life. Boom! Boom! A vast wave of fluctuation also appeared above the void, spreading from the towering giant peak in the distance, quietly covering the sky, causing the mysterious runes of the green light to bloom, illuminating the firmament, as if a side of the world was opening. It's the divine ancestor has awakened. When such a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, the dozens of old figures who were frozen in shock spoke with trembling voices, and then they were extremely surprised. Chapter 1966. Green talisman engravings covered the sky. It was as if a god had descended. Divine Ancestor, the Divine Ancestor has really awakened. Dongli Ruoyun's heart trembled. Her beautiful eyes rippled, and her face trembled with excitement. The Divine Ancestor had always been asleep on the heavenly Yu mountain. He had never awakened since ancient times. No one in the clan could reach the peak. It was said that only the descendants with the purest bloodline could reach the peak. Not long ago, a mysterious woman had descended from the outside world with the Fang Jijia's token and treasures. She had released the heavenly wood martial vein and reached the peak. But now, the Divine Ancestor had awakened and sent down a vision. Greetings, Divine Ancestor. Many old figures knelt on the ground, trembling with excitement. Some even began to cry. Du Xiaofu lifted his eyes and looked at the green light that blotted out the sun and covered the sky. Within the haze, there seemed to be a blurry figure fluctuating. It gave off an ancient aura, as if an ancient god was awakening from his deep slumber. The Saint Realm, this is definitely the aura of the Saint Realm. Such an aura made Du Xiaofu's heart tremble. Even with his nirvana aura, he couldn't help but tremble. Oh no, suddenly, Du Xiaofu discovered that the hazy figure was walking towards him. The surroundings were filled with green talisman runes that illuminated the void. It was as if they had illuminated the past and present. They surrounded the void and confined the space, causing it to be barren. Du Xiaofu wanted to break free and activate the thunder martial vein. But he found that he couldn't do anything in this space. Then, his vision blurred and his consciousness seemed to stagnate for a moment. In the void of the ancient square, the bright green light began to dissipate. Like smoke being blown away by the wind, the light disappeared with it. The figures around were still in a daze. Those ancient demonic beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to look up. Their ferocious eyes were crushed and unable to recover. The square was a mess. There were gullies left behind by the peak battle not long ago. Dongli Ruoshu stood on the ruins, her body dripping with blood, her hair disheveled. His eyes were glazed over, and it was hard to tell whether he was shocked by his defeat or shocked by the awakening of the sacred ancestor. After an entire short moment, the gazes of the people in the surroundings of the square slowly moved, and they looked at the heroic young man in the square who had never been defeated, and their gazes surged with shock and complicated emotions. Dongli Ruoshu was a top genius in the clan. He had only cultivated for a few decades, but he had already surpassed many elders. He was known as the #1 genius of the technicians after the Great Calamity. A while ago, Dongli Ruoshu went out, sweeping through many supreme beings of the outside world, verifying her own cultivation until she was obstructed by that exiled immortal-like woman and defeated. But today, this genius had been defeated once more, and he had been defeated even more cleanly than when he had faced that celestial-like woman. If Brother Shu is defeated, Du Xiaofu and that woman have the same thunder martial vein, and they are very similar. They must be related, said an extraordinary young man. His face was frozen. He had been following Dongli Ruoshu for a few days and had witnessed the fight between her and the girl. The terrifying lightning martial veins were exactly the same. The divine ancestor has awakened and taken that person away. What kind of martial vein is that? It is so terrifying that it can destroy the heavenly wood martial vein of our technicians. The thunder martial vein, the divine ancestor said that it is the thunder martial vein. It seems like an old friend, the divine ancestor may know that person's ancestor. A group of old voices rose, and their hearts were in turmoil, and their eyes were surging with waves. Brother. A beautiful figure drew a graceful arc in the void and landed lightly on the square beside Dongli Ruoshu. It was Dongli Ruoyun. I am fine. Dongli Ruoshu came back to her senses and looked at her sister. Her pale face revealed a bitter smile. She raised her eyes slightly, and the corners of her mouth lifted with a trace of blood. She murmured meaningfully, he may be stronger than her, unfathomable. I have underestimated the outside world, in my heart, my brother is the strongest. Dongli Ruoyun gently wiped the bloodstains on her brother's face. Her clear eyes showed some heartache. She opened her mouth and said, but Du Xiaofu is too heavy-handed. If he is not Sister Qingqing's man, I will not let him go in the future. Silly girl, Dongli Ruoshu smiled. Her green eyes were full of love for her sister. Let's disperse. The heavenly devil battlefield has opened, and the people from the outside world have entered. The heavenly Yu mountain must not let anyone enter. The leading old man in a wide robe said. He looked at the entrance in the distance, and his deep eyes were a little dignified. When he regained consciousness, there was light in front of him. Du Xiaofu found himself on top of a towering mountain peak. What entered his eyes was a vast mountain range. The peaks were continuous, and the clouds were lingering. Everywhere was amazingly lush, and there were strange flowers and herbs everywhere. It was like a fairyland with amazing vitality. What a rich vitality energy! A wave of rich and vigorous vitality energy rippled in the air and entered his body as he breathed it in. He could feel an indescribable comfort all over his body. This shocked Du Xiaofu deeply. The energy in this place was much richer than anywhere else on the heavenly Yu mountain. Carefully probing with his mind, Du Xiaofu found that there was a trace of energy floating in the air of this space. It was as if it could be directly swallowed into the body. Du Xiaofu was shocked. This vitality energy was very similar to Dongli Qingqing's aura. Du Xiaofu also felt that it was exactly the same as Dongli Qingqing's aura. He took a deep breath. As the vitality energy entered his body, it made him feel full of vitality. Some of the small injuries on his body were rapidly recovering under this strange aura. The thunder martial vein has finally appeared. Such an ancient voice came again and fell into Du Xiaofu's ears. There was a light fluctuation in the void. It was hazy and dazzling. Du Xiaofu's heart trembled. He was alert and looked up in the direction of the voice. Goo goo, when he looked up, Du Xiaofu's throat suddenly heated up. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Du Xiaofu saw a tree, a huge tree. It was as tall as the clouds. It was as if it stood between heaven and earth. He couldn't see the top at all. This huge tree seemed to have been standing here forever. It was so huge that he couldn't see its diameter. Its whole body was crystal clear, with a lingering green color. It was releasing an amazing vitality energy. On the mountain peak, there was silence. It was as if it had been silent for thousands of years. Only this huge tree stood tall. Chapter 1967. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. Du Xiaofu intuitively felt that all the energy in the space inside and outside the main peak of the Heavenly Yu Mountain was undoubtedly coming from this giant tree. The branches and leaves of this giant tree spread out to more than 10,000 zhang. Like a heavenly umbrella, it densely covered half of the sky. The branches and leaves were suffused with a green light, and the aura of life filled the air. This aura of life made Du Xiaofu feel indescribably comfortable, but also suppressed for no reason. Facing this giant tree, he could not help but feel an indescribable sense of insignificance. Huff, facing such a giant tree, Du Xiaofu could not help but take a deep breath. Such a giant tree towered into the sky, as if it connected the heavens and the earth. It was too inconceivable that such a thing existed in this world. Who are you? Du Xiaofu's voice trembled. The more he raised his head to look at this giant tree, the more insignificant he felt from the bottom of his heart. It was as if he was not enough to reach the apex, as if he was just a speck of dust in this world. You don't know me, but I know your origins. The giant tree covered the sky and the sun, its entire body sparkling green. An ancient aura filled the air, and it was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it had stood here. The ancient voice was accompanied by the ripples of light, and it spoke slowly, I am of the heavenly wood divine tree bloodline. My ancestors' clan is closely related to the dragon god, the ruler of the 3,000 vast worlds that sealed the heavenly devil battlefield. The Dongli clan is also a part of that clan, and your ancestor is closely related to the heavenly devil battlefield. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu was stunned. The ruler of the 3,000 vast worlds, the dragon god, the heavenly devil battlefield. From these short words, he could feel too many shocking secrets. My ancestor. Du Xiaofu had never heard of the Du family's ancestor being related to the heavenly devil battlefield. Dozens of generations ago, he had never heard of any great figures appearing in the Du family. Several generations ago, an ancestor of the Du family and an ancestor of the Qing family had conquered the Stone Dragon Empire. They were the strongest known members of the Du family. It's unlikely that anyone in the outside world knows about your ancestor. It's no wonder that you don't know. The green light on the tree leaf fluctuated as it asked Du Xiaofu, I can feel the presence of several spiritual thunders on your body. It seems like it's you. Everything is predestined. The great calamity is about to start again. The demons are already itching to try. There isn't much time left. Senior Divine Tree, what's going on? Du Xiaofu was flabbergasted. This Divine Tree Senior had also mentioned the calamity of heaven and earth. He had also mentioned his ancestor and the lightning martial vein. He wanted to clarify everything. How much strength you have, how much you know. There are some things that you will naturally know when the time comes. No matter how those people acknowledge your ancestor, there will always be someone who knows everything your ancestor has sacrificed. As the ancient words slowly fell, countless branches extended from the towering tree. Green leaves that were dozens of feet in size spread out. They were emitting a green light and runes spread out, enveloping Du Xiaofu's surroundings. Boundless vitality spread out. And in the middle of those leaves, a beautiful figure was sitting cross-legged on a leaf that was emitting a green light and mysterious runes. Although the beautiful figure was sitting upright, under the green clothes, there was still a beautiful and breathtaking arc that caused one to feel suffocated just by looking at it. The woman's eyes were slightly closed. Her eyebrows were like emerald feathers and her skin was as white as snow. She was elegant and refined, like a fairy. At this moment, such a woman was sitting cross-legged quietly like a fairy. However, she faintly emitted a kind of aura that kept people thousands of miles away. It was untouchable and strangers didn't dare to approach her. Ching ching. Du Xiaofu's heart trembled. The person he had been searching for ever since he entered the heavenly devil battlefield was right in front of him. Who else could such a beautiful woman be but Dongli Qingqing? Senior, what's wrong with my friend? However, at this moment, Dongli Qingqing's strange changes made Du Xiaofu worried. Her beautiful face was slowly aging, and her black hair was gradually turning silver. Although he could vaguely see the traces of her original beauty, she was aging. This is a process. Her fortune is profound. Only the bloodline in her body can obtain this fortune, the heavenly wood divine tree leisurely said through voice transmission. This is fortune. Du Xiaofu found it hard to believe. What did you come to the heavenly Yu mountain for? The heavenly wood divine tree asked. This, Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. He didn't hide anything and said, rumor has it that the heavenly Yu mountain has a sacred medicine. Huh, the vicissitudes of life voice laughed. The branches and leaves swayed, and the light fluctuated. It's just a fruit I bear. I didn't expect it to be treated as a sacred medicine by a living being. Sacred medicine, a fruit born, Du Xiaofu stared blankly at the huge heavenly wood divine tree, unable to recover from his shock. A sacred medicine was the so-called fruit borne by the heavenly wood divine tree. It was said that if an ordinary person obtained a sacred medicine, they would be able to reach the heavens in a single step and compete with the current era's supreme geniuses. And if a supreme genius could obtain one, they would be able to suppress all supreme geniuses and look down on all heroes. There was even an exaggerated rumor that after consuming a sacred medicine, one could directly step into the saint realm. And this sacred medicine was actually just a fruit borne by the heavenly wood divine tree in front of him. The sacred medicine that all the major forces and living beings in the world were searching for came from a fruit borne by the heavenly wood divine tree in front of him. How could this not shock Du Xiaofu? Senior, you just said that it is somewhat related to my ancestor. I don't think you have any use for the fruit you bear, so how about giving it to this junior? Du Xiaofu looked at the heavenly wood divine tree, and his attitude suddenly became cordial and respectful. His eyes shot out in all directions as he searched the huge tree. In any case, the fruit borne by the heavenly wood divine tree couldn't be eaten by him, right? You're too late. The fruit has already been consumed by someone else. The heavenly wood divine tree's voice clearly fluctuated. Could it be? Du Xiaofu recalled the heavenly wood divine tree's words and looked at the cross-legged Dongli Qingqing. He saw that the previously aged Dongli Qingqing had already recovered her radiance. Her hair was shining, and her beautiful face was as translucent as jade. Her skin was as white as snow, but at a speed visible to the naked eye, she was once again aging. When she was full, she was lacking, and when she was lacking, she was full. This cycle continued endlessly. The fruit has already been eaten by this girl. This is her fortune, said the heavenly wood divine tree. Qingqing really obtained a saint medicine. Du Xiaofu was pleasantly surprised. Dongli Qingqing obtaining a saint medicine was no different from him obtaining one himself. At this moment, Dongli Qingqing's transformation seemed to be related to the saint medicine she had consumed. Once she came out of seclusion, she would undergo another transformation. At that time, she would be able to contend for hegemony with other heroes, or even look down on them with disdain. But then, Du Xiaofu looked at the heavenly wood divine tree in front of him with expectation and hope. He asked, then does Senior have any more fruits? Just give me 8 or 10 and I will be satisfied. 5 or 6 is also fine. If you really don't have any, just 3 or 2 will be enough. Do you think they are peaches? I have only borne one heavenly wood saint fruit in tens of thousands of years. How many more do you think I have? The heavenly wood divine tree's voice was clearly trembling. Ah, hearing the heavenly wood divine tree's words, Du Xiaofu was stunned. With his last bit of hope, he asked, Senior, just one is enough. No, there is only one in total. The heavenly wood divine tree's voice was trembling, and its huge treetop was trembling. Chapter 1968. No more. Du Xiaofu's expectant face was immediately filled with disappointment. With a pitiful expression, he looked at the heavenly wood divine tree and said, "Senior, if you don't have any more fruits, then do you have any other treasures? Anything is fine, this little one isn't picky." At this moment, Du Xiaofu was pondering in his heart. The fruit of a dignified sage realm expert was a panacea. So, he could casually take out a little bit of it. And, it would be much better than an ordinary panacea. The ancient voice was filled with helplessness. The energy rippled, and then it paused for a long time, as if it was suppressing something. Only then did the voice return to normal, and it said to Du Xiaofu, "Out of respect for your ancestor, you being able to come here is also an opportunity. I'll give you a good fortune. How much you can obtain will depend on you." Following the heavenly wood divine tree's words, an azure light pierced through space. Carefully looking, it was a branch the size of an infant's arm. It instantly arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. "Brat, open your mouth." When this voice fell in his ears, Du Xiaofu didn't hesitate and opened his mouth. If this heavenly wood divine tree wanted to harm him, then he wouldn't be able to escape. The azure branch was filled with light. Before it even entered his mouth, Du Xiaofu could already feel a terrifying energy fluctuation. It even made Du Xiaofu feel an extremely terrifying pressure. It was as if the vitality in his body was being suppressed, making him unable to circulate it. In an instant, this terrifying energy carried a rich aura of vitality. A sparkling and translucent dark green liquid appeared from the branch. It contained boundless energy that made Du Xiaofu's heart beat. It directly sprayed into Du Xiaofu's mouth. That boundless energy was definitely the most boundless energy Du Xiaofu had ever seen. In an instant, that sparkling and translucent dark green liquid flowed down his throat and entered Du Xiaofu's stomach. Along with a refreshing and sweet taste, the liquid transformed into boundless energy in Du Xiaofu's stomach and spread throughout his body. Boom! The boundless energy was like a flood, like a stampede of 10,000 beasts. It immediately spread throughout Du Xiaofu's body and rushed into his meridians and acupoints at lightning speed. The frightening energy spread out in a ferocious and abnormal manner. This energy was like an untamable ferocious beast. In an instant, it crashed back and forth within Du Xiaofu's body, causing the meridians in his body to continuously expand and contract. A green light erupted from within his body. At this moment, Du Xiaofu naturally didn't know that he had obtained the Wood Emperor's spiritual liquid. This Wood Emperor's spiritual liquid was precipitated from the heavenly wood divine tree. In another world, the Wood Emperor's spiritual liquid was the clan treasure of the Beigong royal clan. Outsiders couldn't obtain it at all. After a cultivator consumed it, their strength would increase. It was even more important to the Beigong royal clan. It would allow the user to clearly sense a kind of wood attribute energy. In the future, when cultivating and comprehending wood attribute energy, it would have twice the effect with half the effort. For details, please refer to Martial Spirit's World. This is the Wood Emperor's spiritual liquid. It can't compare to the Wood Emperor's sacred fruit, but it's not too far off. There's not much time left. The evil spirit is already breaking the seal. Quickly refine it. When these words fell into Du Xiaofu's ears, dark green light fluctuated throughout the sky. Large amounts of branches and leaves stretched out and landed at Du Xiaofu's feet. With boundless energy surging within his body, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged under the heavenly wood divine tree. There was no need for the heavenly wood divine tree to explain the boundless energy surging within his body. Du Xiaofu knew that he had to immediately refine it. Otherwise, even if his body didn't explode, his 5 viscera and meridians would be damaged. However, what shocked Du Xiaofu was that the energy contained within the Wood Emperor's spiritual liquid was actually so boundless that it was terrifying. The boundless energy rampaged within Du Xiaofu's body, whistling and surging. Even with the strength of Du Xiaofu's physical body, under the impact of the boundless energy, his face began to turn red. A dark green light spread out from his eyes. Even the golden-winged Great Peng's blood began to surge violently. The energy is too overwhelming. Du Xiaofu's face flushed red, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. However, Du Xiaofu's heart was filled with anticipation. If he could refine such a powerful energy, his strength would definitely increase by a lot. This was a great opportunity. Refine, forming hand seals and circulating the golden-winged Great Peng clan's cultivation technique, Du Xiaofu gradually began to refine the boundless energy. The golden-winged Great Peng clan's cultivation technique circulated within his body. With a tyrannical aura, he caught a strand of energy and immediately began to refine it. The energy contained within the Wood Emperor's spiritual liquid was too boundless. At an extremely shocking speed, it was refined by Du Xiaofu into a pure profound energy that shuttled through his meridians. After circulating 36 times, it finally rushed into the divine watchtower. The profound energy formed from the refined energy spread throughout the meridians in Du Xiaofu's body. Wherever it passed, his entire body would feel an indescribable sense of comfort. It was like a gentle spring breeze blowing past, bringing with it an overflowing aura that was filled with vitality. Within this profound energy, there was a unique aura. Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that it was related to the auras of Dongli Qingqing, Dongli Ruoxu, and the others. It brought with it a sense of vitality. To Du Xiaofu's golden-winged Great Peng clan's cultivation technique, the energy within the Wood Emperor's spiritual liquid was no different from devouring the energy within spiritual medicine. It was just that it was much purer. After the golden-winged Great Peng clan's cultivation technique circulated and refined it, it could immediately turn into pure profound energy without any impurities. It was completely a type of natural energy from heaven and earth. When this pure profound energy entered the divine watchtower, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that this refined energy had a strange effect. Along with the vigorous energy, it continuously surged into his divine watchtower and gathered more and more. Following the refinement of the Wood Emperor's spiritual liquid, the pure profound energy entered the divine watchtower, causing the profound energy within Du Xiaofu's vast divine watchtower to fluctuate strangely. The vigorous aura began to seep into the divine watchtower and was contained within the profound energy. Walala, the sea of profound energy that was originally shining with a golden light now had an additional green color. The light started to become especially dazzling, but it did not affect Du Xiaofu's original profound energy. Instead, it caused the original golden profound energy within Du Xiaofu's divine watchtower to change at a speed that could not be seen with the naked eye. It became lustrous and pure, shining with an even more golden light. Within his body, Du Xiaofu could also feel that his bones, meridians, flesh and blood, and internal organs were undergoing a strange change under the vigorous energy. It was as if they were undergoing a baptism, giving people the feeling of a withered tree coming back to life. Even the Naiwan palace in his mind was overflowing with energy, causing the scarlet horse monkey vein soul to feel indescribably comfortable, as if it was bathing in the spring breeze. This is nourishing the body, the profound energy, and the soul. Du Xiaofu's heart surged with emotions and he was shocked. Chapter 1969. It wasn't difficult for Du Xiaofu to realize that if this continued, there would definitely be shocking results. As he refined the Wood Emperor's spiritual elixir in his body, Du Xiaofu also gradually entered a state of selflessness. He controlled the energy of the Wood Emperor's spiritual elixir and refined it. Strands of pure profound energy formed after the refinement entered the divine watchtower. The speed of this refinement was extremely fast. With this refinement, even with Du Xiaofu's current cultivation level, his aura fluctuated again and slowly began to climb. This kind of climbing speed seemed slow, but if others saw it, it would be incredible. With Du Xiaofu's current cultivation level, this kind of climbing speed was no different from a rocket. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's divine watchtower was like a bottomless pit, absorbing the refined profound energy. If this speed continued, it was not impossible for him to break through to the Saint Realm. Of course, although Du Xiaofu's cultivation level had reached the middle stage of the Undying Realm, it was not difficult for him to approach the Saint Realm. However, this distance was actually huge. Not to mention, the abundance of profound energy was not the main reason for breaking through from the Undying Realm to the Saint Realm. As he refined the Wood Emperor's spiritual elixir in his body, Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, was also enveloped in a layer of green light from the inside out. The branches and leaves of the heavenly wood divine tree around him swayed, and mysterious green talisman runes rippled, releasing exuberant vitality. What a strange energy! It seems to be contained in heaven and earth. Du Xiaofu closed his eyes tightly. He could feel a strange energy from the Wood Emperor's spiritual elixir in his body and the rippling aura of the heavenly wood divine tree outside his body. This energy was extremely similar to the energy of Dongli Qingqing, Dongli Ruoshu, and the others. However, when he sensed it carefully, he found that this energy seemed to be untouchable. This feeling was like seeing an embroidery needle fall into the sea, but wanting to find it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, Du Xiaofu did not give up. He wanted to find out more. Especially after seeing that Dongli Ruoshu's terrifying recovery speed was clearly related to this aura. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was even more hopeful that he could understand something. Du Xiaofu waited with rapt attention. Regarding this matter, Du Xiaofu's stubbornness and perseverance were unparalleled in this world. Back then, he took more than 10 years to comprehend an ancient stone tablet outside the Du clan. Even though he was treated as a fool by the entire city, he still remained indifferent. Later on, he finally succeeded and comprehended the predecessor of the tyrannical fist. Because of this, he coincidentally embarked on the path of cultivation. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged beneath the heavenly wood divine tree. The golden-winged peng art in his body revolved, refining the boundless energy within his body. His mind was completely focused as he immersed himself in a vast comprehension. Du Xiaofu did not know that back in the boundless world, among the 3,000 boundless worlds, the ancestor of the Beigong royal family had also comprehended under the heavenly wood divine tree in one fell swoop. From then on, he led the Beigong royal family to become a royal family. On the towering heavenly wood divine tree, Dongli Qingqing was shrouded in a dazzling green light. Amidst the fluctuations of the mysterious runes, she was still in a kind of cycle. However, the aura within her body was also continuously rising. Towering peaks and towering trees covered the sky. Radiance shone in all directions. Vitality flourished in all directions, illuminating the entire heavenly mountain. The surroundings were silent. Only the occasional rustling of the branches and leaves caused the radiance to fluctuate. Dense energy permeated the air, rippling like mist. Time slowly passed. The young man and woman who were leaning against the heavenly wood divine tree continued to transform and improve. Perhaps when they woke up, they would transform again. The quiet and vast space had existed for countless years. The entire space was simple and modeled, but it was full of vitality. Occasionally, the roars of demonic beasts could be heard from the depths of the mountain range. In front of the seal that no one dared to touch, the mountain range was undulating. The peaks of the mountains were faintly discernible in the clouds. Many figures stood on top of the peaks. Their gazes were fixed on the main peak of the heavenly mountain in front of them. They were all living beings from various great forces. It's been 5 days. Why hasn't brother come out yet? On the peak, Du Xiaoqing looked worried. There was some worry in her eyes. No one below the Saint Realm can do anything to him. Du Xiaojing looked at the main peak of the heavenly mountain in the distance and frowned slightly. She said softly, I hope there won't be any Saint Realm cultivators inside. There's no need to worry too much. Xiaofu's luck is flourishing. He has survived so many calamities. There's no need to worry too much, Jialo Guanyu said as he looked at the people around him. Many of them looked worried. Everyone, we've waited for so long, but the seal doesn't seem to have weakened. No one can break in alone. It looks like we can't wait any longer. As Jialo Guanyu's voice fell, such words resounded in the void. They were mixed with profound energy and were enough to be heard by all living beings in the surrounding space. Hearing this, all eyes turned to a certain mountain peak. The voice came from the mountain peak. The one who spoke was a short old man in a wide yellow robe with a fluttering white beard. "Old Monster Gong, what do you mean by that? Just say what you want to say." An elder from the Confucian school looked at the short old man and asked. Judging from the gazes of many old men from the great forces, they seemed to be familiar with the short old man. "This seal is too strange. It's been so many days, but it doesn't show any signs of weakening. I believe that everyone doesn't have much time to continue waiting. If this seal continues to exist, then staying here will only be a waste of time." The short old man swept his gaze across the surrounding mountain peaks. His eyes rippled with a faint golden light as he said, "There are so many of us. If we can join forces to break this seal, we may have a chance. If there really are sacred medicines in the heavenly Yu Mountain, then it will depend on our own abilities and luck. I believe that apart from sacred medicines, there must be even more treasured medicines on the main peak." The short old man's words were undoubtedly quite provocative. The gazes of many living beings immediately blazed. The short old man's voice paused for a moment as he looked around. Then, his voice gradually became sharper as he said, "But, if we join forces, then everyone must attack without holding anything back. If anyone wants to fish in troubled waters, or reap the benefits of others, then leave the heavenly Yu Mountain as soon as possible. What do you think?" Hearing this, the surrounding people's gazes suddenly fluctuated. Some living beings looked at each other and observed the movements of all sides. "My Snow Leopard clan has no problem breaking the seal if we join forces. My Tianju clan has no problem as well." After a few breaths, many voices suddenly sounded from all around. They were all from some extraordinary forces. Although these forces couldn't be compared to the Confucian school, Taoist school, and so on, there were still some powerful domain realm experts present. "Amitba. We've been waiting for many days. This idea is not bad. If we join forces and have a chance to break the seal, then we can indeed give it a try." The old monk beside Heng Luan from the Buddhist school said. His voice echoed in the sky like a great bell. Chapter 1970. We can try breaking this seal if we join forces. Indeed, we can try. The Confucian faction and Taoist faction had the backing of their elders. In the face of such a helpless situation, Old Monster Gong's suggestion was indeed the only solution. Otherwise, everyone would have wasted so much time on the heavenly Yu Mountain. Almost all the precious medicines that the various factions had obtained had been taken away by that mysterious man. The sacred medicine on the main peak of the heavenly Yu Mountain was their greatest hope and also the greatest temptation in their hearts. Then let's join forces to break the seal. Everyone, let's work together. We'll definitely be able to break this seal. As the Taoist faction, Confucian faction, and Buddhist faction nodded in agreement, the surrounding living beings were eager to give it a try. More and more living beings had gathered over the past few days. They were all aware of their own cultivation and strength. The Confucian faction, Taoist faction, Golden-Winged Great Pin clan, and other experts were all waiting. How would they dare to force their way through? So many experts had already died, so it was even more impossible for them to break through. Now that the various factions were joining forces to break the seal, it was naturally the best news for them. Amidst the commotion and clamor, the people from the Confucian faction, Taoist faction, Buddhist faction, and other major factions all looked over. They all knew that the strongest forces present were undoubtedly the Golden-Winged Great Pin clan and the Desolate Country. There was also Du Shaojing. He seemed to be of legalism, but under such circumstances, he was clearly also a member of the Desolate Country. If the golden-winged Great Peng clan and the Desolate Country did not agree to join forces, then even if all the living beings present worked together with their full strength, the chances of breaking the seal would still be very slim. Looking at the complicated gazes from the various factions, Du Shaoqing looked at the short old man who had suggested joining forces to break the seal. Her small lips curled slightly as she asked softly, "Who's that old fellow?" "He's the ancient golden-devouring rat clan's grand elder Gong Gong. His cultivation is at the Master Region realm." "He's not weak," Du Shaoqing said to Du Shaoqing. "The archaic goldbiter rats aren't weak." Du Shaoqing knew about the archaic goldbiter rats. They were a powerful race among beasts. "I wonder what the elders of the golden-winged great rocks and the Desolate Country think." Gong Chang also looked at the Desolate Country's lineup. His tone was much more polite, and there was even a hint of reverence in it. That was reverence for the golden-winged great rocks. Gong Chang also knew very well that although there were many experts present, including the Confucian school, Taoist school, and Buddhist school of thought, without the participation of the Desolate Country and the golden-winged great rocks, the chances of breaking the seal would be slim. Mo Tianxiao, Du Shaoqing, Sacred Array Child Jin Qingchun and the others looked at Jialo Guanyu and Jialo Zhiheng. It was very clear what the Desolate Country would choose to follow the golden-winged great rocks. "Let's work together to break the seal." Elder Jialo Guanyu spoke. There was a hint of dominance in his voice for no reason. There had been no news of Du Shaofu entering the seal. Although Elder Jialo Guanyu and the others looked calm, they were actually worried and wanted to break the seal to investigate. "Then it's decided. Everyone, use all your strength to break the seal. If anyone wants to fish in troubled waters, then bear the consequences." Gong Chang revealed a smile. At this moment, the golden-winged great rock's decision represented the hope of breaking the seal by force. "Let's work together to break the seal. The main peak of the heavenly Yu mountain must have sacred medicine." All the living beings looked at the towering peak from afar. Energy spread out, and multicolored light shot into the sky. The temptation of sacred medicine was irresistible to all the living beings present. Even if their lives were threatened, they still wanted to fight for it. Boom! Suddenly, just as the living beings were in an uproar, the entire void suddenly shook. Following this movement, all eyes immediately focused on the space behind them. The source of the shaking was the space behind them. Boom! In the space behind them, spatial ripples suddenly began to appear. There was a vigorous energy aura shaking and spreading. There was also a sky full of demonic qi and evil qi. Above the void, there was a black fog surging, covering the sky and the sun. There were faint electric arcs shuttling back and forth. Awoo! The roars of beasts resounded. Within the monstrous baleful aura and demonic aura, numerous enormous beast-shaped and human-shaped figures appeared. They were densely packed and stretched on endlessly, just like a black ocean. There were also ferocious birds flapping their wings, filled with demonic qi. It was as if countless black crows were occupying the sky, spreading to the end of the line of sight. Awoo! The ear-piercing roars of beasts were heard. It was like the cries of ghosts and the howls of gods, and thunder resounded in the vast sky. "Oh no, it's evil spirits. Oh no. Demonic beasts, it's a beast tide. Everyone, be careful." When such a scene appeared, the living beings on the surrounding mountain peaks immediately trembled. Many of them cried out in alarm. The experts of Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, and other sects were also shocked. Jialo Guanyu, Zhen Qingchun, Du Shaojing, and the others frowned when they saw this scene. So many evil spirits and devil-fiend beasts blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It was too terrifying. Just from that terrifying aura, one could sense that there were many devil-fiend beasts and evil spirit experts. "Everyone, be careful. Everyone." Jialo Guanyu's golden eyes were clear. Golden light suddenly appeared around his body, and a domineering and fierce aura faintly spread out. The golden light in his eyes looked at the tide of evil spirits and demonic beasts that covered the sky and the sun, reminding everyone. The tide of evil spirits and demonic beasts that covered the sky and the sun approached. Dozens of figures rushed out from the monstrous demonic chi and evil chi. There were not many of them, but the aura on their bodies was exceptionally vigorous. At this moment, among the shocked living beings present, many of their gazes fell on the first three figures. They were three tall and straight figures. The man in the middle slightly raised his head. On his exquisitely sculpted handsome face, his deep gaze swept across the surroundings. Finally, it fell on Du Xiaojing, who was in the desolate country's formation. There was a slight fluctuation in his eyes, but then a smile appeared in his eyes, with a faintly discernible playful smile. On the left, there was a man with black hair and black clothes. His long black hair draped behind his neck. His face revealed a devilishly handsome face. His eyebrows were long like willows, and his eyes were like jet-black agates. They were pure pitch black, like the endless abyss at the end of the universe. If one looked at them for a while, they would have the illusion that they were about to be sucked in. The man on the right was dressed in a somewhat strange manner. He was wearing a purple robe and the hood of the robe covered half of his head. It also covered half of his face. His face could not be seen clearly when he lowered his head. However, the faintly discernible aura that was hidden on his body was able to suppress everything in all directions. Moksha, Jialo Jueju, Mo Lingzi. Heavens, it's them. They're people from the devil religion. In an instant, all the living beings were shocked as they recognized the identity of the three leaders. Chapter 1971. Everyone was shocked. At the entrance of the divine realm, everyone had witnessed the terrifying strength and talent of those three people. Especially the battle between Moksha and the demon king Du Xiaofu, it had shocked the world. Finally, the appearance of the divine thunder cauldron had caused great waves in the world. It's them. Facing these three terrifying figures, even the proud sons of heaven like Su Yangzi, Heng Luan, and Kong Sansi were shocked. Du Xiaojing's hair fluttered slightly. At this moment, his gaze had also unintentionally landed on Mo Sha's body. An electric arc secretly flashed within his clear star-like eyes. It's Jueliao. Looking at Jialo Jueliao, the expressions of the great golden-winged rocks darkened. The elder frowned. The entire scene changed. Everyone was on high alert, ready for battle. However, in the void, Moksha and Jialo Jueliao's gazes swept across the surroundings. Their figures didn't stop for long. They didn't pay attention to anyone present. They directly rushed forward and stopped in front of the seal. Towering peaks and towering trees covered the sky. Light shone in all directions. The branches and leaves of the towering trees that covered half the sky rustled. Along with the light, dense energy permeated the void, spreading like mist. It was like a paradise. A man and a woman, one sitting on a fallen leaf, the other leaning against a tree. Dazzling green light pervaded the air, continuing to transform and improve. Little guys, there's not much time left. Not much time left, this ancient voice echoed in the mountain peak, as if it was talking to itself. Boom! Suddenly, the towering peak trembled. You can't stop me anymore. Time is up. No one can stop all of this. No one. Suddenly, this voice came from an unknown place. You failed back then, so you've already failed. If you want to leave, I'm afraid it's not enough. The ancient voice had a sharpness to it. The branches and leaves in the sky rustled. Monstrous light soared into the sky, and a vast and boundless vitality rippled. In front of the seal, Moksha was in the air. He waved his hand slightly behind him. Break the seal. At the instant Moksha's palm landed, a figure leapt out as a sinister voice rang out. A terrifying devil chi gushed out from the figure, shaking the void. Such an aura wasn't any weaker than Han Ke Yao and the others who were already dead. Roar, woo woo, in an instant the entire world began to tremble violently. Waves of terrifying evil chi and demonic chi began to spread out. Evil spirits howled, demonic fiend beasts roared, shaking this ancient world. The cries of ghosts and howls of gods and the roars of beasts spread out, resounding for thousands of miles. The black fog in the sky was accompanied by demonic aura, covering the sky and the sun. The baleful aura was oppressive, causing people to tremble in fear. What are they doing? The devil religion and evil spirits are indeed together. Is the devil religion trying to provoke the world? Such a terrifying aura made all the powerhouses of the major forces tremble and gasp. In an instant, countless evil spirits and demonic fiend beasts roared from all directions. Crimson eyes surged as they let out ear-piercing howls and roars. In an instant, they swept towards the main peak of the heavenly U mountain in an endless stream. Woo woo, the roars of beasts were like thunder as their auras swept across the sky. Countless human-shaped evil spirits and beast-like evil spirits appeared. The demonic fiend beasts traversed the void, causing the entire world to tremble. Boom! Numerous evil spirits and demonic fiend beasts approached the seal. Terrifying green talisman runes soared into the sky, causing the void to tremble. Countless life-devouring vortexes appeared in the surroundings. An ancient aura swept out, devouring everything. Chi-La, the demonic fiend beasts and evil spirits at the forefront were immediately devoured. Their bodies didn't age, but instead began to wither. The vitality in their bodies drained away as terrifying roars continued. Then, they turned into dried corpses and black fog, disappearing into the void. Rumble. Woo woo. However, at the same time, the densely packed evil spirits and demonic fiend beasts also began to attack. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, covering the monstrous demonic aura and demonic aura. It shook one's soul. Woo woo. Woo woo. Countless evil spirits and demonic fiend beasts roared. Some of the beasts occupied the void, their crimson eyes surging as they let out ear-piercing howls. They attacked the seal without any fear of death. Rumble. Woo woo. The seal trembled. Waves of strange vitality and runes shone brightly as they devoured a large number of evil spirits and demonic fiend beasts. However, the seal was also constantly trembling from the impact of the densely packed attacks. Woo woo, the sound of ghosts crying and gods howling reverberated, causing the living beings behind to shudder in fear as they watched from afar. The people from the various major forces had solemn expressions. No one had thought that moksha would actually bring so many evil spirits and demonic fiend beasts. Among them, there was no lack of powerful evil spirits and demonic fiend beasts. The evil spirits and demonic fiend beasts blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they broke the seal. The sky changed color, and the vast space became dark. The sounds of ghosts crying and gods howling and the rumbling of energy reverberated between heaven and earth. Someone is attacking the seal. In the lush green world, figures leaped out one after another. An old figure looked at the trembling seal in front of him. Dazzling light shone, and muffled sounds reverberated in the void. He was shocked and frowned. Elder, the seal was left behind by our ancestors since ancient times. It's probably a fool's dream if they want to break it, a middle-aged man said. He had absolute confidence in the seal. Even though the seal was personally placed by our ancestors, it has already been here for far too long. After countless years of corrosion from the battlefield, it has long since lost its original power to protect our people, said the old man in the lead. The huge commotion caused by the formation being broken caused his old face to freeze slightly. Come, who dares to break into our heavenly U mountain? Some young disciples' eyes were filled with dazzling green light. They clenched their fists and were eager to give it a try. They were not afraid of the people from the outside world, and they wanted to fight. Rumble, outside the seal, deafening rumbling noises continued to reverberate in the air. Those evil spirits and demonic fiend beasts were not afraid of death. They continuously attacked the seal. The ancient pressure on the seal swept out and swallowed countless demonic fiend beasts and evil spirits. However, there were too many demonic fiend beasts and evil spirits. Among them, there was no lack of powerful demonic fiend beasts and evil spirits attacking. Many cracks appeared on the seal. The strange seal was filled with light. There were talismans and mysterious patterns automatically repairing the cracks. However, the repairing speed was not as fast as those evil spirits and demonic fiend beasts. That seal is too strong. Amidst their shock, the living beings in the back of the sky secretly gulped as they watched the endless stream of devilish beasts and evil spirits being annihilated. If they had joined forces to break the seal just now, just how many living beings would have been sent to their deaths? The seal was much more difficult to shake than they had imagined. Chapter 1972. What is the devil religion trying to do? Mo Tianxiao asked. He was absolutely fearful of the devil religion Moksha. Such a terrifying figure was not much different from the Demon King. After all these years, Moksha's cultivation must have improved a lot. The devil religion wants to break the seal. Is it also for the sacred medicine? Zhen Qingchun said softly. If those evil spirits and demonic beasts can really break the seal, it will be a great help to us. Du Xiaoqing pouted. Her brother's whereabouts were unknown, and they were unable to enter. At this moment, she was hoping that those evil spirits and demonic beasts could really break the strange seal. But looking at the situation, it will be difficult for those evil spirits and demonic beasts to break the seal. The Nether Demon said. He had joined the desolate country, and was now standing on the desolate country's side. The Nether Demon could see how terrifying those evil spirits and demonic beasts were, but it would definitely not be an easy task to truly break the strange ancient seal. That kind of seal was too strange and powerful. If it could be broken so easily, there would be no lack of powerful spirit talisman masters and experts among the various factions present. Their secret treasures would have been broken long ago, and they would not have to wait for so many days. On the towering mountain peak, the heavenly wood divine tree shone brightly, and rich natural energy rippled in the air. Walala, Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, was currently enveloped in a dazzling green light. The energy ripples were like a transparent green light barrier that enveloped the surroundings. As the aura on his body rose, it caused the surrounding space to ripple violently. After refining the Wood Emperor's spiritual elixir in his body, the aura around Du Xiaofu's body rose abruptly, bringing along a wave of boundless energy of the heavens and the earth that gushed out. It was like dense strands of hair that coiled around the surface of his body, circulating endlessly on the surface of his body. Du Xiaofu's aura continued to increase under the nourishment of the rich heaven and earth energy. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's mind was also immersed in a state of selflessness as he comprehended the illusory aura of life. The light on the huge leaf was dazzling. The aura of the beautiful figure was getting stronger and stronger, and the light was getting more and more dazzling. The cycle from young to old was getting slower and slower. Awu, the void was boiling, heaven and earth were trembling, and the sky was changing color. Rumble, the ancient seal shook and trembled under the bombardment of countless evil spirits and demonic beasts. Light exploded like fireworks, beautiful but shattering the void. The number of demonic beasts and evil spirits that blotted out the sky continued to decrease, and more cracks appeared on the strange and powerful ancient seal. Jialo Jumi and Mo Lingzi had been quietly watching the seal explode in front of them with calm eyes. Behind them, there were dozens of figures wrapped in demonic aura. They stood calmly behind them without saying a word, allowing the evil spirits and demonic beasts to bombard the strange ancient seal with their suicidal attacks. Moksha was in the sky, watching the movements on the ancient seal. At this moment, the various major forces and creatures that had gathered behind him seemed to be transparent to Moksha, and he didn't pay much attention to them. It's about time. At a certain moment, Moksha, who was looking at the ancient seal in front of him, emitted demonic aura from his calm eyes. When his voice fell, a purple electric arc suddenly revolved in his right palm. Rumble! Rumble! All of a sudden, a strange aura of destruction permeated the entire void. This ancient world suddenly trembled violently. Chi-la-la, in a short instant, a dazzling purple electric arc suddenly spread out in front of Moksha. Thick purple thunderclouds rolled, and a huge aura that made one's heart palpitate suddenly swept out, causing all the creatures present to feel a sense of absolute palpitations. It's the divine thunder cauldron. Someone had already exclaimed, and someone immediately recognized the divine thunder cauldron. Within the thick purple thunderclouds, purple electric arcs were resplendent, and there was a three-legged cauldron that was hundreds of meters in size. It was slowly spiraling with mysterious lightning runes. Under the terrifying destructive might of the lightning, all the creatures present felt a chill spreading from the bottom of their hearts. In front of the shocking might of the lightning, all the creatures' souls trembled. Divine Thunder Cauldron. When the Divine Thunder Cauldron appeared, the eyes of the Confucian, Taoist, Buddhist, desolate country, and other forces suddenly turned pale. Especially for the Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian factions, the Divine Thunder Cauldron had a special meaning. With the 9 cauldrons gathered, it could command the 9 factions. Zizi, the Divine Thunder Cauldron rotated, and the surrounding space was distorted. The mouth of the cauldron was like a black hole, surrounded by dazzling purple electric arcs. The thunderclouds in the vast sky rolled, and the surrounding space was densely packed with thunderclouds. Streaks of thunder filled with palpitating lightning, and the entire sky seemed to have turned into the darkness before dawn. Walala, the terrifying purple electric arcs enveloped the heaven and earth, and a monstrous destructive aura spread out from the purple thunderclouds, rippling throughout the entire heavenly U-mountain. Moksha moved, and under the divine thunder cauldron, he walked step by step toward the seal. The surrounding evil spirits and demonic beasts were naturally suppressed by the divine thunder cauldron, and they began to tremble in fear, retreating, and dodging. Rumble, as Moksha walked out, the divine thunder cauldron hovering in the void rumbled, and electric arcs burst out from the purple thunderclouds. The dazzling purple electric arcs poured down, and gathered into purple thunderbolts. Everything happened very quickly, and the dense purple thunderbolts seemed to fall from the sky, landing on the ancient seal with unparalleled destructive power. Zizi, the earth-shattering purple thunderbolts bombarded down, and sharp sonic booms sounded. The destructive power of the thunderbolts made the creatures in the sky, even if they were far away, feel their hair stand on end under the terrifying pressure. Bang, 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 the purple gold Xian bombs exploded one after another on the ancient seal. On the seal that shrouded the sky, the green light was filled with purple electric arcs. Then, a strange scene appeared. The purple thunderbolts seemed to be the nemesis of the green light. They were immediately shattered and destroyed. The ancient seal could devour all living things, but at this moment, it seemed to be unable to devour the purple gold profound thunderbolts. A large area of green light was destroyed, and talismans were blasted into pieces. Chapter 1973. Mo Lingzi vs Dong Li Ruoshu. The sky of the ancient heavens and earth was overflowing with electric arcs. The destructive pressure caused the void to tremble as if the sky was about to shatter. The experts of the major forces behind, such as Mo Tianshao, Kong Sansi, Nether Demon, Dongfang Qingmu, Lian Qingrong, and the other young supremes, raised their heads to look at the purple lightning that filled the sky. At this moment, their scalps were numb. That kind of aura was too terrifying, causing fear to surge out from their hearts. Chi-La, Moksha crossed the void and rushed towards the broken seal with the divine thunder cauldron. The electric arcs that filled the sky crackled, and the sound of thunder was deafening. Such a demon god caused the surroundings to tremble. Rumble, under the purple lightning, the ancient seal was full of electric arcs, and the cracks were getting bigger and bigger. The purple lightning exploded, turning into a sea of lightning that flooded half of the sky. Rumble, purple lightning that was as thick as an arm constantly fell from the sky and landed on the seal, shattering the strange whirlpool that devoured vitality and the green talisman runes. This kind of lightning power caused the creatures behind to tremble. Some of them retreated rapidly, not daring to come into contact with that terrifying power. Rumble, the sky was trembling violently, and the endless lightning power was like endless heavenly thunder, shaking one's soul. This seal is unable to resist the devil-suppressing treasure left behind by the Lord of the 3,000 boundless worlds. The seal is about to break. My descendants, use all your strength to resist. Even if you use your flesh and blood to form the last barrier, you must not hesitate. This is the mission and responsibility of my clan. Under the main peak of the heavenly U-mountain, a leisurely voice came from the main peak. The sky was filled with green light rippling, spreading out like a sun, illuminating the peak of the sky. Honorable Divine Ancestor. In the sky, many figures looked at the sky in front of them. The cracks on the seal were increasing, and their faces were solemn as their eyes surged with green light. Bang bang bang, the sky shook, and electric arcs spread out. Thunder bloomed, and the destructive lightning power was unparalleled. It carried a power that could destroy everything, and the ancient seal began to shatter under the impact of the divine thunder cauldron. Rumble, the sky was filled with green talisman runes accompanied by electric arcs, emitting brilliant light. It was as if volcanoes were erupting in the sky. Walala, the terrifying impact caused the void to be filled with pitch-black cracks, swallowing everything. It's broken. The seal is broken. Goo goo, the creatures in the rear space trembled. That terrifying scene made their fine hairs stand on end. Moksha stood in the air with the purple thunder profound cauldron hovering above his palm. Then, it turned into a purple streamer and disappeared. Moksha's demonic aura fluctuated around him, and electric arcs shone brightly. Moksha's body was bathed in that magnificent energy, making him look like a true demon that had descended. Boom, just as the seal was broken, resplendent rays of light swept across the sky. In the depths of the main peak of the heavenly U-mountain, resplendent green rays of light filled the horizon. They were like pillars of energy that shot into the sky, spreading out with a majestic and ancient pressure. Awoo, the roars of the beasts were like thunder, and a large number of roars spread out from the horizon. Over there, the winds and clouds were surging. Green light lingered, and an imposing aura filled the heavens and the earth. In just a few flashes, many figures appeared in the air. Some were in the air, and some were riding ancient demonic beasts. All of them were extraordinary people. It's them. They're actually from the heavenly U-mountain. When they saw those figures, many people in the rear space changed their expressions. They saw the mysterious and powerful young men and women from back then. Tens of thousands of years ago, our ancestors fought against the demons and stopped the great calamity. Our ancestors fought until their bones were shattered, and their blood spilled across the sky. In front of the main peak of the heavenly U-mountain, an old man in a wide robe looked at the evil spirits and demonic beasts that had gathered in front of him. His eyes were solemn as he said, "All disciples of the Feng-Ji family, we exist to stop the demons from reviving. This is the mission and responsibility that our ancestors have left for us." As his voice echoed, the auras of the disciples of the Feng-Ji family surged. They had heard of some legends in their family since they were young. Being on the heavenly devil battlefield, they could feel the terrifying battle that had happened back then. What they knew was far more than the creatures in the outside world. Although that great calamity had ended with the demons being sealed, almost all the experts in the world had died in the battle. The world had been dyed red with blood, and corpses were strewn everywhere. The experts had been wiped out. The ancestors of the Fangji family had also died in the battle. Countless of their ancestors' bones had not been left behind. To the disciples of the Fangji family, this was a responsibility as well as a hatred. Fight! A young man from the Fangji family roared. He did not retreat nor did he run away. He wanted to stop the demons in front of him. The demons have returned. Fight! Dongli Ruoyan said. Her beautiful face was filled with killing intent. Her fighting spirit was burning, and the white eagle under her feet was emitting a dazzling light. Avenge our ancestors! One by one, tall and straight figures stood out. Their green eyes were tinged with a hint of red. Moksha, Zhalo Juexiao, and Mo Lingzi stood in the void, looking at the figures of the Fangji family in front of them. Their eyes were still calm. Kill! Behind Mo Sha, Zhalo Jumi, and Mo Lingzi, one of the dozens of strange figures spoke out as a terrifying baleful aura and demonic aura suddenly swept out. Roar, woo woo, in an instant, the evil spirits and demonic beasts that were trembling in fear under the purple lightning profound cauldron roared. Their voices were like ghosts crying and gods howling. They erupted with terrifying demonic chi and directly rushed forward. Without hesitation, they rushed forward to kill. The devil religion was already prepared. Kill! At the same time, the figures of the Fangji family all clenched their fists. Filled with anger, they flew forward, their figures unpredictable, and rushed toward the army of evil spirits and demonic beasts. Woo woo, powerful ancient demonic beasts roared like thunder. They urged their beast energy and followed, causing the void to shatter. Kill! The old figures shouted. Their voices were like thunder, containing a terrifying power. Kill! The dozens of strange figures behind Moksha, Zhalo Juexiao, and Mo Lingzi also rushed out together, their demonic chi billowing. Rumble! In an instant, the two sides collided into each other in a great battle. Heaven and earth rumbled, causing the sky to shake and the void to boil. There was demonic chi everywhere, and the sky was filled with bright talisman runes. Who dares to barge in? Such a loud shout was heard. The voice was ethereal and shook the void. As the voice fell, a huge dragon roared across the sky. On its ferocious head, green light spread, and a majestic man in a green battle suit came. Boom! Boom! The man in the green battle suit swept across the sky. Green light surged around his body like waves, making him look like he was in a green sea. His aura was vigorous and powerful, and he could look down on everyone. He was Dongli Ruoshu. In the battle 5 days ago, he was severely injured by Du Xiaofu and was in seclusion to heal. However, in just 5 short days, Dongli Ruoshu's injuries seemed to be fine. His hair fluttered, and the aura on his body caused the space to distort. There was a vast force quietly descending at the same time. When they saw the man in the green battle suit, Moksha, Zhalo Juexiao, and Mo Lingzi's eyes lit up at the same time. I'll go. Mo Lingzi opened his mouth and slightly raised his head. Lightning flashed in his eyes under the hood, and the aura of the Nirvana realm surged. He's very strong. I'll go. Zhalo Juexiao looked at Dongli Ruoshu and spoke softly. His black robe fluttered slightly, and his long black hair draped behind his neck. I need him to be my whetstone. Mo Lingzi's indifferent and calm voice didn't seem to have any fluctuations. As his voice fell, he stepped across the void, and a terrifying purple lightning swept out from his body. Rumble! In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the void where Mo Lingzi's figure passed. Mo Lingzi directly activated the thunder martial vein. His aura was murderous in all directions. The vast aura surged, and the sky and the void trembled. Accompanied by a large amount of purple lightning, Mo Lingzi directly swept towards Du Xiaofu. Thunder martial vein. Du Xiaojing's eyes rippled. The Du family's disciples in the desolate country's lineup also had a change of expression. They could feel that the martial vein activated by Mo Lingzi was exactly the same as the thunder martial vein in their bodies. It's this kind of martial vein again. Dongli Ruoshu also had a change of expression. The martial vein of this mysterious person wrapped in demonic qi was exactly the same as that woman and Du Xiaofu. In a short moment of surprise, Dongli Ruoshu met the attack head-on. Covering the heavenly wood martial vein, a dazzling green light palm print burst out and collided with an aura that was absolutely not inferior to Mo Lingzi's. Rumble, such a collision caused light to overflow and the void to explode. Violent energy swept out in all directions. Mo Lingzi's figure rose into the sky, and the void beneath his feet trembled. Amidst the lightning and thunder, he once again blasted a punch towards Dongli Ruoshu. Purple lightning arcs were vast and mighty, and lightning flashed in all directions. Dongli Ruoshu's figure changed unpredictably. Green light burst out from her body and overflowed in all directions. The two fists collided. Rumble, terrifying energy swept out, and with a sonorous sound, it caused Mo Lingzi's figure to retreat in midair. Rumble! Rumble! A heavenly sound echoed through the void as a divine ring appeared in the sky. Mo Lingzi had activated the Nirvana sovereign power, accompanied by the might of the lightning martial vein. He brought with him a vast aura that overflowed into the sky. The void rumbled as the baleful aura surged violently. After merely 2 moves, Mo Lingzi went all out and treated Dongli Ruoshu as his greatest opponent. He wanted to sharpen his blade in her hands. Humph! Dongli Ruoshu didn't hold back either. The Supreme Nirvana force of the Supreme Nirvana force swept out like a mountain torrent. Endless rays of light erupted in the void, intertwining with each other and boiling the void. There was a strange energy that devoured everything. 2 such young experts stood together. One was killing in all directions, and the aura was overflowing. The other was drifting like a god, and the aura was disdainful. Although Dongli Ruoshu had the upper hand in the battle between the two, it seemed that she couldn't completely deal with Mo Lingzi in a short period of time. The surrounding battlefield was also boiling. Beast roars were like thunder, demonic aura was overflowing, and the aura was surging. The surging and majestic aura swept out like wind and thunder in all directions. Chapter 1974. The experts of the Fang family attacked with all their might, their heavenly wood martial veins bursting with green light as they blocked the evil spirits and demonic beasts. Peng 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 peng, the void was exploding as pitch-black spatial cracks hung in the air. Baleful aura filled the sky as demonic aura surged. Green light swept out in all directions as runes filled the sky. The surrounding forest exploded with rumbling sounds. The ground was covered with ravines as the sea of trees rose and fell for thousands of miles. Moving mountains and overturning seas, swallowing mountains and rivers. Such a scene was terrifying and made people suck in a breath of cold air. Far away, on top of a towering mountain, a dazzling green light shone in all directions like the sun. On the heavenly wood divine tree, a huge green leaf was holding it up as green light filled the air. The vast energy of heaven and earth was like a whirlpool as it poured into the body of the beautiful woman. At this moment, the beautiful figure was sitting cross-legged, her body covered in resplendent runes. It was the same heavenly wood martial vein as Dongli Ruoshu, but the aura was clearly much denser than Dongli Ruoshu's martial vein. It was even gradually strengthening, just like Du Xiaofu's lightning martial vein, which could continue to evolve. At this moment, Dongli Qingqing's beautiful body was like a bottomless pit. The terrifying aura kept rising, causing the surrounding void to distort and the leaves of the heavenly wood divine tree to undulate. Walala, as the aura rose, there was a green mist between Dongli Qingqing's mouth and nose. It was like a dense divine light as it flowed in and out along with the multicolored light. The surface of her body was filled with divine light as she exuded an extremely vigorous life force. What was even more shocking was that on the surface of Dongli Qingqing's body, from inside out, there was a kind of green radiance that was suffused with a divine aura. It shone on her skin, making it crystal clear as if it was made of green spiritual jade. This green radiance was very special. It flowed through Dongli Qingqing's body, nourishing her bones, muscles, and meridians. Wherever it passed, everything seemed to be reborn. Even the primordial spirit in Dongli Qingqing's Naiwan palace was nourished, causing it to become more solid and filled with the holy radiance. This was the benefit brought about by the sacred medicine. It allowed Dongli Qingqing to transform from the inside out. That holy medicine had been condensed for tens of thousands of years. It had absorbed the essence of the world and was nurtured by the heavenly wood divine tree. At this moment, the benefits it brought to Dongli Qingqing were astonishing. It was enough to make any creature go crazy. This was a great fortune, but at this moment, this fortune had fallen on Dongli Qingqing. Rumble. Rumble, this kind of sonorous and muffled sound came from Dongli Qingqing's divine watchtower. Every sound was able to shake the souls of all living creatures, like soundless heavenly thunder. No one could hear this sound, otherwise, it was unknown just how shocked they would be. The energy of heaven and earth continued to pour in from all directions, causing Dongli Qingqing's aura to continue to rise. This rising aura contained an ancient pressure that was awakening. Surging vitality was vast and boundless. Boom! At a certain moment, Dongli Qingqing's aura paused for a brief moment before suddenly trembling, as if it had crossed a giant bottleneck. Wind and thunder roared as her aura soared to the heavens. From Dongli Qingqing's enchanting body, resplendent green talisman runes also soared into the sky. It was like an azure sun, brilliant and gorgeous. It carried with it a dense and boundless aura that surged in all directions. Under the heavenly wood divine tree, there was an azure light shrouding it. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged and continued to immerse himself in an ethereal state of comprehension. He was like an old monk meditating as the green light on his body absorbed the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy. In Du Xiaofu's state of comprehension, the energy contained within the Wood Emperor's spiritual elixir flowed through his bones, internal organs, and meridians. It slowly fused into his flesh and blood, nourishing every inch of his flesh, bones, and internal organs. Du Xiaofu was still immersed in the comprehension of the strange life force aura, and he felt as if he had transcended the boundless void. In the end, he discovered some fluctuations of mysterious talisman pattern fragments within the vast and boundless sea of comprehension, and it was hazy and misty. There were too few of these talisman rune fragments, as if they were buried deep in the primal chaos. However, they were filled with vitality and were incomparably dazzling. Du Xiaofu tried to guide these talisman rune fragments, but it was very difficult. The difficulty was no less than when he tried to comprehend the ancient stone tablet outside the Du family's gate. However, Du Xiaofu was no longer the same as before. The energy contained within the Wood Emperor's spiritual elixir helped him without any reason. Finally, he was able to guide these talisman rune fragments. Finally, as if they were dragged into his body, these talisman rune fragments began to spread in his divine soul and physical body. This scene was like a spiritual seed being planted. Success. This is only the beginning. Although Du Xiaofu was immersed in comprehension, his mind was clear. This was only the beginning. What he needed to do next was to guide these talisman rune fragments deeper and use his body to nourish them, allowing them to take root and germinate, stabilizing them. Thus, Du Xiaofu took action. He sorted out these talisman rune fragments, nourished them, and finally guided them into his divine soul and physical body. The energy of the Wood Emperor's spiritual elixir was still being refined by Du Xiaofu. That vast amount of energy was not something that could be completely refined in a short period of time. Rumble, within Du Xiaofu's divine watchtower, the sound of wind and thunder rumbled. That was the fluctuation of pure profound energy, which was like the undulating waves of a vast ocean. Outside the main peak of the heavenly U mountain, the terrifying battle was still ongoing. It was crazy and destructive. Above the void, Moksha stood quietly. The astonishing battle around him seemed to have nothing to do with him at this moment. He did not even give it a second glance. Raising his head, Moksha looked at the towering peak in front of him. At the peak of the mountain, a green light illuminated the sky, and a terrifying aura surged. "It's there." Moksha spoke. Light rippled beneath his feet as he traversed the void, wanting to ascend the towering peak. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the towering peak. This muffled sound was not loud, but it shook the heavens and the earth. It caused the hearts of the living beings outside the battlefield to heave up and down, and their blood energy to surge. Whoosh! The towering peak shone resplendently as a figure swept across the sky like a bolt of green lightning. His speed was too fast. He pierced through the void and instantly appeared on the battlefield. Boom! When this person appeared, a large area of the void was directly distorted. Endless light flowed around his body, and his aura was monstrous. Green light overflowed in all directions, and an ancient pressure spread across the sky. This kind of aura was like the arrival of a deity. It could control everyone's life force, and it made people want to kowtow. As this person appeared, his eyes swept across the surroundings. In an instant, a monstrous green light shot out, and a terrifying vision was reflected in his eyes. Chapter 1975. Dongli Qingqing has come out of seclusion. Hazy light shone from her lithe figure. It's her. When this alluring woman appeared in the air, many people in the air behind the battlefield were stunned. It's Sister Qingqing, my sister-in-law. Du Shaoqing, who was in the desolate country's formation on the mountain peak, was shocked. Then, her face was filled with excitement and joy. She was a beautiful woman with a rich life force. She was Dongli Qingqing. At this moment, Dongli Qingqing was standing halfway to the main peak of heavenly U mountain. Her powerful aura made even Moksha and Jialo Jueju stop in their tracks. It's Sister Qingqing. Dongli Ruoyan was extremely excited as she looked at the woman flying down from the main peak on the huge primordial white eagle. Qi-la, suddenly, a monstrous demonic aura surged as an elite from the devil religion launched a surprise attack. A terrifying palm print, which seemed capable of shattering space, swooped down from the sky and ruthlessly slammed towards Dongli Ruoyan. Awu, the demonic beasts roared. Several huge demonic beasts and evil spirit beast phantoms erupted with a monstrous baleful aura as they attacked the primordial white eagle in a frenzy. This attack was very powerful. The primordial white eagle's cultivation was very strong, but these demonic beasts and evil spirit beast phantoms were not weak. The elite from the devil religion who launched the surprise attack was also at the peak of the greater domain realm. He was an elite from the devil religion. Dongli Ruoyan's cultivation was not low, and her talent was not much weaker than her brother Dongli Ruoshu's. When she sensed the surprise attack, her beautiful face changed color. Bright runes instantly erupted from her alluring body. Above her head, 9 dazzling divine halos shone brightly like a green sun illuminating the firmament. Rumble, the heavenly sound was sonorous like heavenly thunder, sweeping across the sky with a vast force. A Nirvana stage Grand Supreme. This was Dongli Ruoyan's talent. It was enough to cause great waves and shock the world. PFFF, however, Dongli Ruoyan's cultivation was still insufficient. She had only just stepped into the Grand Supreme Nirvana realm. Her heavenly wood martial vein and Grand Supreme Nirvana realm cultivation erupted simultaneously, but she was still blasted back. Dark red blood spewed from the corner of her mouth. Boom! That expert from the devil religion pounced out once more. He was as fast as lightning, and his killing intent overflowed to the heavens. Chi! But at this moment, a green pillar of light pierced through the void like a sharp arrow, directly piercing through the bodies of the 3 demonic beasts and several evil spirits in a straight line. Finally, like a thunderbolt, it swept through the chest of the expert of the devil religion who attacked Dong Li Ruoyan. It erupted with a strange energy that devoured vitality, causing his body to wither and shrink, turning him into a dried corpse that collapsed in the void. Dong Li Ruoyan was still in a state of shock. Her beautiful face was pale as she stared at the beautiful figure in the sky. The one who had helped her just now was Dongli Qingqing. Very strong. Jialo Jumi looked at Dongli Qingqing. As his voice fell, the void beneath his feet trembled, and light surged. His black hair fluttered, and his black robe fluttered. His 5 fingers curled slightly, and a claw mark distorted the void. In an instant, it appeared in front of Dongli Qingqing. Qi La, such a claw mark hung in the void with 5 long pitch-black cracks. It was so deep that it made one's soul tremble. Demonic energy wreaked havoc and was incomparably domineering. From that claw mark, it was as if a black demonic rock wanted to soar into the sky and shatter the heavens. Such a domineering attack was displayed in the void, and it suddenly caused many living beings to tremble. The golden-winged Great Rock Clan. The experts from the Buddhist, Confucian, Taoist, and other major forces were moved. Among the golden-winged Great Rock Clan, Jialo Guanyu, Jialo Zhiheng, and the other elders' eyes surged with golden light. Looking at such a domineering attack, Dongli Qingqing's delicate, fairy-like face darkened. Her beautiful figure floated in the void like a god, and with a strange posture, her figure suddenly disappeared in front of that terrifying claw mark. Such a strange posture and transformation caused many experts in the distant sky to be stunned and moved. But when Dongli Qingqing's beautiful figure disappeared, Jialo Jumi frowned slightly. Golden light and black light surged in his deep and sharp eyes, and his black robe's long sleeves suddenly swept out to the side. Boom! Monstrous black and gold talisman runes swept out, as if to sweep through heaven and earth. Wherever it passed, an abyss-like vacuum was set off in the void, and a throbbing black light surged out. Qi La, Dongli Qingqing's beautiful figure appeared, accompanied by a monstrous aura. A green light shone like the sun, and a palm print shot out, as if turning into a green vortex of light. An ancient pressure filled the air, and suddenly collided. Buzz! The two collided, and a muffled sonorous sound was ear-splitting. It almost overturned the sky, and a spatial vortex gushed out in the sky. Qi La La, the green vortex of light swallowed everything, including the black and gold talisman runes. No matter how domineering and fierce the black and gold talisman runes were, at this moment, they were annihilated. However, the domineering black and gold talisman runes also shattered the green vortex with an incomparably domineering force. Dang dang, the force swept out, and Jialo Jumi's figure staggered back, the void behind him shattering. Dongli Qingqing didn't seem to have any advantage. Her delicate body slid back, and her hair fluttered. Not far away, Moksha saw this, and the smile that always hung on the corner of his mouth secretly trembled. His eyes were fixed on Dongli Qingqing's body. With a stomp of his foot, Jialo Jumi stabilized his retreat. His black and gold eyes looked at Dongli Qingqing in the void in front of him, and ripples appeared. Jialo Jumi didn't have the upper hand, and Dongli Qingqing also didn't have the advantage just now. But for Jialo Jumi, a tie with the former was a defeat. Huff, closing his eyes, Jialo Jumi adjusted his breathing. Qi La, in the next moment, when Jialo Jumi's slightly closed eyes opened again, the depths of his eyes became as dark as ink, strange and faint. A domineering and fierce aura that perfectly fused together poured out from his body without reservation into the sky, instantly climbing to the peak and whistling through the 9 heavens. Boom! The sky trembled violently, and strange dark clouds began to gather from the distant sky, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Chi! Chi! Jialo Jumi's figure disappeared, and with a piercing cry, a black and gold light rushed into the sky. The black and gold light covered the sky, and a dark gold rock with golden wings appeared in the sky. The rock spread its wings, and its fierce eyes were dark and deep, like a black hole that could swallow a person's soul. It made people's hearts jump, and they didn't dare to look at it directly. Immortal and indestructible. In the distance, when the huge black and gold rock spread its wings, Jialo Jumi's eyes also rippled violently. Dongli Qingqing's beautiful figure stopped retreating, watching the huge black and gold rock spread its wings. As its graceful body swept through the sky, an ancient bow that seemed to come to life appeared in her hands. The ancient bow was filled with fog, and runes flashed, releasing light. It was like the aura of gods and demons spreading in all directions. The dazzling green light spread out like the sun, and the terrifying aura was like an ancient god awakening from a deep slumber, causing the void to change greatly. Middle grade sacred artifact. When the ancient bow appeared in Dongli Qingqing's hands, Lian Qingro, who was in front of the desolate country's lineup, couldn't help but tremble. Back in the space of the divine plane, it was this strange and terrifying ancient bow that had injured him. This was the Tai Ching demon subduing bow, a mid-grade sacred artifact. Its terrifying aura spread out, and it resounded through the wind and thunder, causing the strong cultivators of the various major factions to tremble. Everything happened as fast as lightning. Dongli Qingqing didn't waste any time. As she held the Tai Ching demon subduing bow in her hands, her hair danced behind her head, and she immediately drew the bow. Her aura was indescribable, and a mysterious power seemed to awaken in her body. Buzz! Like the most beautiful dance, Dongli Qingqing released the bow, and a light arrow condensed from runes shot out. The green light was dazzling, and wherever it passed, it caused a large area of space to distort, and then the space collapsed, and a pitch-black spatial crack appeared. Boom! Jialo Jumi's body didn't retreat. He spread his wings and soared into the clouds, stirring up turbulent space, and directly flapped his wings to collide with the arrow. Swoosh swoosh, Dongli Qingqing's beautiful figure floated in the void like a god. The Tai Ching demon subduing bow in her hand was continuously drawn, and several arrows pierced through the void. The aura of gods and demons surged, and the bright green light was dazzling. Wherever the arrows passed, the void was filled with cracks. Gee! The cry of a rock resounded through the void. Jialo Jumi's body flapped his wings, and his sharp claws destroyed the void. He was domineering and incomparably fierce. The sound of wind and thunder resounded, and runes shone brightly. The impact of energy swept up a frenzy. The battle between these two supreme beings had already caused the sky to darken and the earth to shatter. It caused everyone to tremble in fear. Its sister Qingqing. Everyone, help those people stop the evil spirits of the devil religion. Seeing Dongli Qingqing attacking the devil religion as soon as she appeared, Du Shaoqing pondered for a moment. A shocking energy fluctuation accompanied by a shocking pressure spread out from her body, sweeping through the air. Everywhere it passed, a monstrous blazing aura evaporated the air in the surrounding space into white smoke. She directly attacked the evil spirits and demonic beasts, the green and red flames destroying everything. Roar! The little tiger didn't hesitate at all. It followed behind Du Shaoqing and suddenly soared into the sky, turning into a huge black tiger in midair. It spread its wings and circled in the air. The tiger's roar caused the space to ripple and soar into the sky, causing people's hearts to tremble and their souls to tremble for no reason. With the bloodline of the dark heavenly tiger and the aura of the golden-winged great rock race, the little tiger's true body was revealed, shocking everyone. The huge black tiger flapped its wings, and a terrifying air wave swept out, bringing with it a tornado-like spatial airflow that swept across the sky. It domineeringly charged into the army of evil spirits and demonic beasts and began a massacre. Kill the evil spirits. Stop the devil religion. Zhen Qingchen, the child of the sacred array, said such a sentence. His figure had already leaped out, carrying a Taoist connotation, but his aura was monstrous and bloody. Boom. 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 Waves of terrifying aura soared into the sky, and a murderous aura swept out in all directions. Kill. Yi Piaoling, Chang Guyu, the 18 celestial generals, Mo Tianshao, Lian Qingrong, and the other murderous gods stepped out together, as if they had turned into bolts of lightning, pouncing over with the momentum of thunder. Kill. Nether Demon and Dongfang Qingmu looked at each other, but they didn't stop. Seeing that Mo Tianshao, Lian Qingrong, Yi Piaoling, and the others had already made their moves, they also followed suit. Kill the evil spirits. Stop the devil religion. Jialo Guanyu, Jialo Zhiheng, and the other elders walked out. On their aged faces, their eyes shone with a strange light. The golden light on their bodies was like golden suns rising into the sky. Their domineering auras swept across the sky. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.